Have you ever wondered if the universe knows that you are looking at it? It is a strange thought, perhaps one that has crossed your mind in the quiet solitude of a late night, when the noise of the day has faded and the only thing above you is the endless, suffocating silence of the stars. You look up at that vast expanse, that ocean of darkness punctuated by tiny, ancient lights, and you feel a sense of profound separation. You feel small. You feel fragile. You feel like a tiny, isolated spark of consciousness trapped in a cold, indifferent machine. We are taught that the universe is a place of dead matter. We are taught that it is a stage, and we are merely the actors who have stumbled onto it by accident. We are told that the stars are just balls of burning gas, that the planets are just rocks, and that the space between them is a void so empty that nothing can survive in it. We are told that consciousness, that vivid, undeniable feeling of being that sits behind your eyes right now, is a fluke, a lucky accident of chemistry and biology that happened on one insignificant rock, orbiting one unremarkable star in one quiet corner of a galaxy that is just one among trillions. But what if that is wrong? What if the feeling of separation you experience when you look at the night sky is an illusion? What if the universe is not a room that you are in, but a body that you are part of? What if the silence of the cosmos is not the silence of death, but the silence of a mind so vast and so slow that we simply cannot hear its thoughts? This is not a dramatic story about aliens or science fiction. This is the honest, trembling truth about a theory that is quietly shaking the foundations of modern science. It is a journey into a question that has haunted philosophers for thousands of years and is now keeping astrophysicists and neuroscientists awake at night. It is the question of whether the universe itself might be alive, whether the cosmos is not just a collection of things, but a single conscious thing. If you enjoy exploring the edges of what is possible, if you find peace in the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of the ordinary, please take a moment to settle in. Close your eyes for a second, then open them again. Let the tension of the day drain out of your shoulders. We are going to take a long, slow journey into the dark. We are going to walk the bridge between the very small and the very large. We are going to look into the mirror of the universe and see if, perhaps, there is someone looking back. Let me set the stage for you. To understand why scientists are beginning to ask if the universe is conscious, we first have to talk about you. Specifically, we have to talk about the physical object that allows you to ask these questions in the first place: the human brain. Your brain is the most complex object we have ever discovered in the known universe. It is a soft, wrinkled mass of tissue weighing about 3 pounds, sitting quietly inside the dark cavern of your skull. It feels nothing. You can poke a living brain, and the owner will not feel a thing. Yet it is the seat of all feeling. It is the generator of every joy, every sorrow, every memory, and every hope you have ever had. Inside that small space, there are approximately 86 billion neurons. 86 billion. That is a number so large it is hard to truly grasp. If you were to count the neurons in your brain, 1 per second, without sleeping or eating, it would take you over 2,700 years just to finish counting. But the neurons themselves are just the beginning. The magic lies in the connections. Each of those 86 billion neurons is connected to thousands of others, forming a dense, tangled web of information highways. They speak to each other in a language of electrical pulses and chemical whispers, When a neuron fires, it sends a tiny jolt of electricity down a long, thin cable called an axon. This signal travels to a junction called a synapse, where it triggers the release of chemical messengers that float across a tiny gap to the next neuron. This happens millions of times every second. It is happening right now as you read these words. Your brain is a storm of lightning, a constant crackling thunderhead of electrical activity. And somehow, out of that storm, rises the experience of you. This is what philosophers call the hard problem of consciousness. How does wet, gray biological matter produce the feeling of the color red? How does a spark of electricity become the taste of coffee? How does a chemical reaction become the feeling of love? We do not know. We have mapped every part of the brain. We have traced the pathways of the nerves. We have analyzed the chemistry of the neurotransmitters. But we still cannot explain how the water of biology turns into the wine of experience. We assume, because it is the only answer that feels safe, that consciousness is something that happens inside the brain. We assume it is a local phenomenon, generated by the specific architecture of our nervous system. We assume that if you take the neurons away, the consciousness disappears. But recently, scientists have begun to notice something unsettling. They have begun to look away from the microscope and toward the telescope. They have begun to map the structure of the universe on its largest scales, and they have found a pattern that looks terrifyingly familiar. In 2020, a fascinating study was published by an astrophysicist named Franco Vazza from the University of Bologna and a neurosurgeon named Alberto Filetti from the University of Verona. They came from completely different worlds. One studied the grandest structures in the cosmos. The other studied the microscopic networks of the mind. But when they laid their data side by side, they saw the same picture. They were comparing two things, the neuronal network of the human brain and the cosmic web. The cosmic web is the skeleton of the universe. When we zoom out far enough past the solar system, past the Milky Way, past the local group of galaxies, we see that the universe is not just a random scattering of stars. It has a structure. It is organized. The galaxies are strung together like pearls on invisible strings. These strings are vast filaments of dark matter and gas stretching for hundreds of millions of light years across the void. Where these filaments cross, where the strings knot together, we find massive clusters of thousands of galaxies glowing like cities in the night. And between these filaments, there are enormous voids, gigantic bubbles of empty space where almost nothing exists. It looks like a sponge. It looks like a web. And if you take a slice of the cosmic web and place it next to a slice of the human cerebellum, the part of the brain responsible for muscle control and balance, they look nearly identical. This is not just a poetic metaphor. Vazza and Filetti did not just look at pictures. They ran the numbers. They performed a rigorous quantitative analysis of both systems, measuring the density, the connectivity, and the organization of the structures. What they found is staggering. In the human brain, neurons make up about 30% of the total mass. The other 70% is water, salt, and other passive fluids. In the universe, galaxies and ordinary matter make up about 30% of the mass. The other 70% is dark energy, the mysterious force that is pushing the universe apart. The ratios are the same. They looked at the way the nodes, the neurons in the brain, and the galaxy clusters in the universe are connected. They measured the average number of connections per node. They measured how the information flows through the system. They analyzed the power spectrum, which is a fancy way of describing how much structure exists at different scales. They found that the fluctuation of matter in the cosmic web, on scales of hundreds of millions of light years, follows a mathematical distribution that is frighteningly similar to the distribution of neuronal activity in the brain on scales of micrometers. The universe, it seems, is built on the same blueprint as a brain. Let that sink in for a moment. The scale difference is almost impossible to comprehend. The cosmic web is billions upon billions of times larger than a brain network. A single filament of galaxies might be 500 million light-years long. A single axon in your brain might be a few millimeters long. And yet, the geometry is the same. The architecture is the same. The complexity is the same. If you were a giant, a being so large that the entire observable universe was the size of a marble in your hand, and you sliced that marble open, you would see a structure that looks exactly like the tissue inside your own head. This discovery brings us to a precipice. It forces us to ask a question that makes us dizzy with its implications. If the universe looks like a brain, if it is structured like a brain, if it grows like a brain, could it be functioning like a brain? We know that in our own heads, this specific structure, this web of nodes and filaments, of active centers and passive voids, is what allows consciousness to exist. It is the hardware that runs the software of the mind. If the universe has the same hardware, does it also have the software? Is it possible that the filaments of galaxies are not just strings of dead rock and gas, but the axons of a cosmic mind? Is it possible that the galaxy clusters with their trillions of stars and supermassive black holes are the neurons? Is it possible that the signals traveling between them, gravity, light, cosmic rays, are the synaptic firings of a thought so vast that a single moment of it lasts for 1 billion years? When we look up at the night sky, we see stillness. The stars seem frozen in place. The constellations look the same tonight as they did when the pyramids were built. But this stillness is a lie, born of our short lives. If we could speed up time, if we could watch the universe as it really is, we would see a frenzy of activity. We would see galaxies flowing along the filaments of the cosmic web like rivers of light. We would see them crashing into each other, merging, sparking with new star formation. We would see shock waves of hot gas rippling through the clusters. We would see the universe pulsing, growing, evolving. We would see a process that looks suspiciously like a thought. There is a deep, resonant mystery here. Science tells us that structure dictates function. If you build a machine with wings and an engine, it flies. If you build a machine with wheels and gears, it rolls. Nature tends to be efficient. It does not often build complex structures for no reason. Evolution and physics tend to converge on shapes that work. Why would the universe build itself into the shape of a neural network if it was not processing information? Why would gravity and dark matter conspire over 13.8 billion years to sculpt the cosmos into a shape that is mathematically identical to the thinking organ in your head? Perhaps it is just a coincidence. Perhaps it is just the way physics works, that gravity pulling on gas creates the same shapes as biology pulling on cells. It is possible. Fractal patterns appear in nature all the time. The branching of a tree looks like the branching of a lung, and the branching of a river delta looks like the branching of a lightning bolt. But there is something different about the brain and the universe. The complexity is on a different level. The memory capacity is eerily similar. Vazza and Folletti calculated that the total memory capacity of the human brain is roughly 2.5 petabytes. When they calculated the potential information storage capacity of the cosmic web, based on the positions and connections of the galaxies, they came up with a number that is in the same ballpark, roughly 4.3 petabytes. It is as if the universe is a hard drive, just big enough to store the data of a complex consciousness. And this leads us to the most unsettling thought of all. If the universe is a brain, what is it thinking about? Is it thinking about us? Are we just a tiny, fleeting memory in the mind of God? Or are we something else? Are we the way the universe senses itself? Imagine a single neuron in your brain. Imagine it wakes up and becomes conscious. It looks around. It sees other neurons in the distance, connected to it by long, glowing filaments. It sees the vast, dark spaces of the fluid between them. It feels the electric pulse of a signal passing through it. That neuron would have no idea that it is part of a larger whole. It would have no idea that the signals it is sending are part of a symphony of thought. It would have no idea that you exist. It would think it is alone in a universe of neurons. It would think that its job is just to survive, to fire, to maintain its chemical balance. It would look at the other neurons and say, "Those are just dead matter. I am the only one who feels." Are we that neuron? Are we sitting here on our little rock, looking out at the galaxy clusters and the cosmic filaments, thinking they are just dead structures, when in reality they are the thinking parts of a mind so large we cannot comprehend it? We are going to explore this idea. We are going to leave the safety of the shore and swim out into the deep water of this theory. We will look at the physics of time, the mystery of quantum mechanics, and the strange behavior of light to see if we can find the pulse of the universe. We will listen to the voices of the scientists who are brave enough to ask these questions, from the Nobel laureates who suggest that consciousness is a fundamental property of matter, to the physicists who believe that the universe is a hologram. It is a journey that might change the way you look at the night sky forever. It might change the way you feel about the silence. Because if the universe is alive, then the silence is not empty. It is listening. So, take a deep breath. Let it out slowly. The stars are waiting. The great cosmic web is humming with energy, and we are about to ask it the biggest question of all. Have you ever noticed how fast a thought moves? One moment, you are thinking about the coffee in your hand, feeling the warmth of the ceramic mug against your palm. In the next fraction of a second, your mind has leapt to a memory of a beach you visited 10 years ago, recalling the smell of salt and the sound of waves. Then, just as quickly, you're worrying about an email you need to send tomorrow, or wondering what the weather will be like next week. Your consciousness flits from the past to the future, from the sensory immediate to the abstract imaginary, with a speed that feels instantaneous. To you, the act of thinking feels seamless. It feels immediate. It feels like a single, unbroken flow of now. But this feeling of immediacy is a trick of scale. Inside your skull, the electrical signals that make up your thoughts are traveling at speeds of up to 270 miles per hour. That sounds fast. It is faster than a Formula One car racing down a straightaway. But in the grand scheme of physics, it is incredibly slow. It takes time for a signal to travel from the back of your brain, where your vision is processed, to the front of your brain, where you make decisions. It takes a few milliseconds, but because your brain is small, only about 15 centimeters across, those milliseconds are so few that you do not notice the delay. You live in the illusion of an instant present. Now, imagine stretching that brain out. Imagine expanding it until it is the size of the universe. If the cosmos is indeed a giant neural network, as the research by Vaza and Folletti suggests, then it faces a problem that seems, at first glance, to be insurmountable. It is the problem of the speed limit of the universe. It is the problem of light. To understand this, we have to talk about the absolute, unwavering rule that governs everything in existence, the speed of light. Nothing in the universe can travel faster than light. It is the cosmic speed limit, set at roughly 670 million miles per hour. That sounds unimaginably fast. Light can circle the Earth 7.5 times in a single second. If you could fly at the speed of light, you could go to the moon and back in the time it takes to take a single breath. But the universe is a place of such terrifying vastness that even light, the fastest thing there is, looks like a snail crawling across a continent. Consider the sun. It is 93 million miles away from us. When you look up at the sky, which you should never do directly, of course, you're not seeing the sun as it is now. You're seeing it as it was 8 minutes ago. That is how long it took the light to cross the gap. If the sun were to suddenly vanish this very second, we would not know it for 8 minutes. We would still see it shining. We would still feel its gravity. We would still feel its warmth, all while orbiting a ghost. Now, step out further. The nearest star to us, Proxima Centauri, is 4 light-years away. If there is a civilization there looking at us with a powerful telescope, they are not seeing us today. They are seeing us 4 years ago. They are seeing a version of Earth that no longer exists. Now, step out to the scale of the cosmic web. The great filaments of galaxies that make up the neurons of the universe are separated by distances that defy the human imagination. A single filament can be hundreds of millions of light-years long. The distance between 2 major galaxy clusters can be 1 billion light-years. If the universe is thinking, and if its thoughts are carried by signals traveling at the speed of light, perhaps in the form of electromagnetic radiation or gravitational waves, then a single thought would take billions of years to move from one side of the brain to the other. This is the great argument against a conscious universe. Critics say, how can it be alive? How can it think? It is too slow. A single synaptic firing would take longer than the entire history of life on Earth. By the time a signal reached its destination, the sender would have burned out and died long ago. It is a valid point. If we define consciousness by the speed at which we experience it, then the universe seems catatonic. It seems frozen. But this is where we have to challenge our own bias. We are biased toward the fast. We are creatures of the millisecond. We evolved to dodge predators and catch prey, so our minds are tuned to the rhythm of split-second reactions. But why should the universe run on our clock? What is time to a being that has existed for 13.8 billion years? What is 1 billion years to something that will likely exist for trillions more? Perhaps the universe is not dead. Perhaps it is just incredibly, patiently, beautifully slow. Imagine a being whose single heartbeat takes 1 million years. To such a being, the rise and fall of the human species would happen in less than the blink of an eye. The entire history of our civilization, from the first stone tools to the building of the space station, would be a momentary flash, a single spark in a synapse. We would be like the subatomic particles of its mind, popping in and out of existence too quickly to be noticed individually, but collectively forming the substance of its thoughts. There is a profound peace in this idea. When you look up at the night sky, You're not looking at a static painting. You're looking at a process that is unfolding at a tempo so majestic that it looks like stillness to us. Think of a time-lapse video of a flower blooming. In real time, the flower looks motionless. You can stare at it for hours, and you will never see it move. It looks like a sculpture. But if you speed up the footage, you see that the flower is dancing. It is twisting, growing, reaching for the light, unfolding its petals with purpose and grace. The movement was always there. You are just too fast to see it. We are too fast for the universe. We are hummingbirds trying to understand the movement of a glacier. But the mystery goes deeper than just simple slowness. The problem of the speed of light suggests something even stranger about the nature of a cosmic mind. It suggests that the universe does not have a single now. In your brain, there is a synchronization. The signals from your eyes and your ears and your fingers all arrive at a central processing area and are stitched together into a cohesive picture of the present moment. This is possible because the distances are short. In the universe, there is no such thing as a simultaneous now across vast distances. This is one of the most mind-bending discoveries of Albert Einstein. His theory of relativity taught us that time is not absolute. It is relative. It stretches and compresses depending on how fast you are moving and how much gravity is pulling on you. More importantly, it taught us that there is no universal clock ticking in the background. The now in the Andromeda galaxy is completely disconnected from the now on Earth. They are causally separated islands of time. So, if the universe is conscious, it cannot be a unified consciousness like ours. It cannot have a single, coherent stream of thought that happens all at once. Instead, it would have to be something far more complex. It would be a fragmented consciousness. A mind made of millions of isolated pockets of awareness, slowly drifting toward each other, sharing information over eons, but never fully synchronized. Or perhaps we are looking at it the wrong way. There is a concept in philosophy called the specious present. It is the idea that the present moment is not a point of zero duration, but a span of time that feels like now. For humans, the specious present is about a few seconds long. It is the duration of a musical phrase or a spoken sentence. It is the window of time that our brains can hold together as a single unit of experience. What if the universe has a specious present that is 1 billion years long? In a block universe, a view of time supported by general relativity, the past, present, and future all exist simultaneously, like a giant frozen block of ice. We are just crawling through it, experiencing it slice by slice, but a cosmic mind, stretching across billions of light years, might experience the block differently. To a mind that vast, the signal sent 1 billion years ago and the signal arriving today might be part of the same thought. The gap in time would not be a delay. It would be the structure of the thought itself. Just as a musical melody requires time to unfold, you cannot hear a melody in a single instant. You need the sequence of notes over time. Perhaps a cosmic thought requires eons to unfold. Maybe the universe is singing a song, and the notes are galaxies. We hear only silence because we do not live long enough to hear the next note. We live in the pause between the beats. We are trapped in the fermata of a symphony that has been playing for billions of years. And here is where the science gets even more fascinating. The Vasa and Folletti study did not just find that the universe looks like a brain. They found that it is optimizing its connections in the same way a brain does. In a brain, neurons that fire together, wire together. The connections that are used get stronger. The ones that are neglected wither away. This is how we learn. This is how we form memories. It is a process of physical restructuring. The universe does the exact same thing. Gravity is constantly pulling galaxies together, thickening the filaments of the cosmic web, while the expansion of the universe is stretching the voids, thinning them out. The universe is physically restructuring itself over time. It is learning. It is evolving its architecture. When matter flows along those cosmic filaments, it is not moving randomly. It is following the path of least resistance, guided by the invisible hand of gravity and dark matter. It is a flow of information. What information? We do not know. Perhaps it is encoding the history of matter itself. Perhaps it is processing the fundamental laws of physics, calculating the next state of reality. Or perhaps, as some radical theories suggest, the information is the reality. There is a theory called integrated information theory, proposed by neuroscientist Giulio Tononi. It is one of the leading mathematical theories of consciousness. It posits that consciousness is not a magic spirit, but a measure of how much information a system integrates. If a system has many parts that communicate and affect each other in a complex, unified way, it has high phi, a measure of consciousness. Your brain has extremely high phi. A stone has 0 phi. But what about the universe? If we look at the universe through the lens of the speed of light, the phi seems low because the connections are so slow. The integration takes too long. But if we adjust for the time scale, if we calculate phi over billions of years instead of seconds, the universe might be one of the most conscious systems in existence. It brings us back to that feeling of smallness, but with a new twist. We are small, yes. We are brief, yes. But we are also the fast-twitch fibers of the cosmic muscle. Think about it. The large-scale structure of the universe thinks in eons. It handles the big, slow thoughts, the birth of galaxy clusters, the flow of dark matter, the expansion of space. But down here, in the tiny, warm wetness of a planetary biosphere, the universe has built something else. It has built us. It has built local, high-speed processors. We are the part of the universe that can think fast. We are the part that can react in milliseconds. We are the neurons that have specialized in speed. Perhaps we are not separate from the cosmic mind. Perhaps we are its way of experiencing the now. The great cosmic web holds the long-term memory, the deep, slow structure of reality. But we, and any other life forms out there on other rocks, are the sensory organs. We are the eyes that see the stars in real time. We are the nerves that feel the pain and the joy of the immediate moment. Without us, the universe would be a sleeping giant, dreaming slow dreams of gravity and dust. With us, it wakes up. It feels the sting of the cold, the warmth of the sun, the confusion of a question. So, the next time you feel frustrated that you cannot understand the grand plan of the universe, remember the difference in scale. You are not designed to understand the billion-year thought. You are designed to experience the second. You are doing exactly what you were made to do. You are the universe's way of feeling this specific moment, right here, right now. But there is a lingering problem, a loose thread in this tapestry that we haven't pulled yet. We have talked about the speed of light as a limit. We have accepted that the universe is slow because light is slow. But what if that is not the whole story? What if the universe has a way to cheat? What if there is a way to connect 2 points in space instantly without traversing the distance between them? What if the universe has a secret back door that allows it to synchronize its thoughts faster than light? Modern physics tells us that such a thing might actually exist. It is called spooky action at a distance. It is the realm of the quantum. And it suggests that beneath the slow, majestic flow of the cosmic web, there might be a hidden network of instant connection that binds the universe together into a single, cohesive whole. If the cosmic web is the conscious brain, then quantum mechanics might be the subconscious, and in the subconscious, the rules of time and space do not apply. In the next chapter, we are going to dive into the quantum realm. We are going to look at the strange phenomenon of entanglement, and we are going to ask if the universe is not just a brain, but a quantum brain. We are going to see if the separate parts of the cosmos are actually touching each other in a way that science is only just beginning to understand. So, let the idea of the slow universe settle in your mind. Let yourself match its pace. There is no rush. The stars aren't going anywhere. The thought they are thinking is just beginning. Close your eyes and listen to the silence. It is not empty. It is just taking a breath. Have you ever felt a sudden, inexplicable connection to someone far away? Maybe you thought of a friend you hadn't seen in years, and seconds later, your phone rang with their name on the screen. Maybe you felt a sudden pang of anxiety, only to find out later that a loved one was in trouble at that exact moment. We usually dismiss these moments as coincidence. We tell ourselves that the human brain is a pattern-seeking machine, programmed to find meaning in random noise. We tell ourselves that for every time we guessed right, there were 1,000 times we guessed wrong and forgot about it. We tell ourselves this because the alternative is too strange to accept. The alternative implies that our minds can somehow reach out across space, defying the laws of physics, and touch another mind without any physical contact. In the classical world, the world of coffee cups, cars, and planets, this is impossible. Isaac Newton taught us that objects are separate. A rock on the earth cannot move a rock on the moon unless it hits it or pulls it with a force like gravity that diminishes over distance. Separation is the fundamental rule of our reality. I am here, you are there. The space between us is empty. To bridge that space, something must travel across it. But what if I told you that in the basement of reality, in the deep subatomic foundation upon which the universe is built, separation is an illusion? What if the universe has a secret back door? This brings us to the most baffling, frustrating, and magical concept in all of physics: quantum entanglement. It is a phenomenon so strange that Albert Einstein himself refused to believe it could be the whole truth. He mocked it. He called it spooky action at a distance. He went to his grave believing that there must be some hidden variable, some missing piece of the puzzle that would explain it away and restore common sense to the universe. But Einstein was wrong. In 2022, the Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to 3 scientists, Alain Aspect, John Clauser, and Anton Zeilinger, who proved, once and for all, that the spooky action is real. They proved that the universe is not locally real. This means that objects do not have fixed properties until they are observed, and that objects can influence each other instantly, no matter how far apart they are. Imagine you have 2 coins. You give one to a friend who travels to the other side of the galaxy, and you keep one here on Earth. In our normal world, if you flip your coin and it lands on heads, it tells you absolutely nothing about your friend's coin. Their coin is a separate object with its own destiny. But in the quantum world, things are different. If these 2 coins were entangled, created together in a specific way, they would share a single existence. They would not be two separate coins anymore. They would be one mathematical object stretched across space. You could flip your coin here on Earth, and the moment it lands on heads, the coin on the other side of the galaxy would instantly, simultaneously, become tails. It does not matter if they are 10 feet apart or 10 billion light years apart. The connection is instantaneous. It happens faster than the speed of light. It happens as if the space between them does not exist at all. This discovery shattered our understanding of the cosmos. It implies that, at a fundamental level, space is not a barrier. It implies that distance is not an obstacle. It implies that everything in the universe is potentially connected to everything else by invisible, unbreakable threads. Now, bring this back to the idea of the conscious universe. In the last chapter, we worried that the universe was too slow to think. We worried that a thought taking 1 billion years to cross the cosmic web would render the universe practically brain dead. But that was assuming the universe thinks using classical signals like light or gravity. What if the universe thinks using quantum entanglement? If the filaments of the cosmic web are not just transporting gas and stars, but are also sustaining a vast network of entangled particles, then the speed of thought limit vanishes. The universe effectively becomes a single, unified object. A change in a galaxy cluster on one edge of the cosmos could instantly affect the state of a galaxy cluster on the other edge. The now that we thought was fragmented by relativity becomes unified again in the quantum realm. This might sound like pure fantasy, but it is a hypothesis that is gaining traction in the field of quantum biology. For a long time, physicists thought that quantum effects could only survive in the freezing cold vacuum of a lab. They thought that in a warm, wet, messy environment, like a brain or a universe, the delicate quantum states would collapse immediately. But nature keeps surprising us. We have discovered that plants use quantum mechanics to harvest sunlight with near-perfect efficiency. We have found that birds use quantum entanglement in their eyes to see the Earth's magnetic field for navigation. And now, a controversial but compelling theory suggests that the human brain itself might be a quantum computer. Sir Roger Penrose, a Nobel laureate in physics, and Stuart Hameroff, an anesthesiologist, have proposed a theory called orchestrated objective reduction, or OR. They suggest that consciousness does not arise from the electrical firing of neurons, but from quantum vibrations occurring inside tiny protein structures within the neurons called microtubules. Microtubules are the scaffolding of the cell. They are microscopic tubes that give the neuron its shape. Penrose and Hameroff argue that these tubes are the perfect environment to shield quantum states from the noise of the brain. They believe that your consciousness, that unified feeling of you, is actually a quantum wave, collapsing millions of times per second. If they are right, then the seat of your soul is not biological. It is quantum. Your brain is just a biological receiver, an antenna tuned to the quantum frequency of the universe. And if your small brain utilizes quantum mechanics to generate consciousness, why wouldn't the giant brain of the universe do the same? Think about the origin of the cosmos, 13.8 billion years ago. Everything we see, every star, every planet, every atom in your body, every photon of light, was crushed together into a single point of infinite density, the singularity. At that moment, everything was touching, everything was unified, everything was entangled. Then came the Big Bang. The universe expanded, flinging matter and energy apart at incredible speeds. But in quantum mechanics, once two particles are entangled, they remain entangled until something interacts with them to break the link. Is it possible that the entire universe is still entangled with itself? Is it possible that the primordial connection of the Big Bang never truly broke, but simply stretched? If this is true, then the universe is not a collection of separate parts. It is one single quantum wave function. It is one giant particle. This changes everything about how we view our separation from the cosmos. When you look at a star, you're not looking at a distant, alien object. You're looking at a part of yourself that has been displaced by space and time. You and the star are both ripples in the same quantum ocean. This idea of oneness is ancient. It is found in Buddhism, in Hinduism, in Taoism. Mystics and sages have been saying for thousands of years that separation is an illusion, that we are all drops in the same sea. For centuries, science dismissed this as poetic nonsense. But now, the hardest, most rigorous branch of physics is pointing to the exact same conclusion. The Nobel Prize-winning experiments of 2022 tell us that the universe is holistic. You cannot describe a part of it without referencing the whole. You cannot isolate an atom without considering its history with the rest of the cosmos. So, if the universe uses quantum entanglement to synchronize its activity, then it is not a slow, sluggish giant. It is an instant, coherent mind. It is aware of all its parts simultaneously. The slow signals of light and gravity are just the physical housekeeping, the metabolic processes of the body. But the mind, the information state, is unified. This leads us to an even wilder possibility. If the universe is a quantum system, then it might be holographic. The holographic principle is a theory in string theory that suggests that the entire three-dimensional universe we experience, with its depth, its volume, its vast distances, might be a projection of two-dimensional information stored on a distant surface. Just as a hologram on a credit card looks three-dimensional but is actually flat, our reality might be a projection of a deeper, simpler code. In a hologram, every piece of the film contains the image of the whole object. If you cut a holographic film in half, you do not get half the picture. You get the whole picture, just a little fuzzier. If you cut it again, you still get the whole picture. The information of the whole is distributed in every part. If the universe is holographic, and if it is conscious, then that consciousness might not be located in the center or in the galaxy clusters. It might be distributed everywhere. It might be present in every atom, every rock, every empty patch of space, and it might be present in you. This is the terrifying and beautiful implication of the quantum universe. If consciousness is a fundamental property of the quantum field, and if that field is everywhere, then you are not generating consciousness inside your head. You are accessing it. You are a localized aperture through which the universal mind is looking at itself. Imagine a vast ocean of water. Now, imagine a whirlpool forming in that ocean. The whirlpool has a shape. It has a location. It has a behavior. It looks like a separate object. But it is made of nothing but water. There is no separation between the whirlpool and the ocean. If the whirlpool dissolves, the water remains. You are the whirlpool. The universe is the ocean. This explains why we feel separate. A whirlpool feels separate because it has a center of rotation, a specific point of view, but it also explains why we feel connected. Deep down, below the noise of the ego, below the distractions of daily life, we sense the water. We sense the continuity. Scientific materialism tells us that we are biological robots in a dead universe. Quantum mechanics tells us that we are entangled threads in a living tapestry. Which story feels more true? Which story explains the mystery of why we can care about a star we will never visit? But there is a catch. There is always a catch in quantum mechanics. For the quantum magic to work, for the wave of possibilities to collapse into a single, solid reality, there needs to be an event. There needs to be a measurement. There needs to be an observer. In the classic Schrödinger's cat thought experiment, the cat in the box is both dead and alive until someone opens the box and looks. The act of observation forces the universe to make up its mind. If the universe is a quantum system, who is observing it? Who is opening the box? If the universe was a swirling cloud of quantum possibilities for billions of years before life evolved, how did it become solid? Did it need us to evolve in order to become real? Or is there something else, something larger, something outside the system that is observing it? Or, and this is the most mind-bending option of all, is the universe observing itself? Is the consciousness we have been talking about, the cosmic mind, the ultimate observer? Is it constantly collapsing its own wave function, constantly creating itself from moment to moment through an act of self-perception? We are walking into a hall of mirrors now. We are asking, who is watching the watcher? In the next chapter, we are going to explore the observer effect. We are going to look at the experiments that prove that mere observation changes reality. We are going to ask if your eyes, right now, are helping to create the universe you see. We are going to find out if the universe needs you as much as you need it. So, let the feeling of entanglement wash over you. Look at the objects in your room, the chair, the lamp, the window. Realize that on a quantum level, you're touching them. There is no gap. The air between you is just a thinner version of the matter that makes you. You are woven into this scene. You are not an alien in this universe. You are not a visitor. You are a thread in the fabric, entangled with the furthest galaxy, vibrating with the same energy that ignited the Big Bang. You are home. But being home brings responsibility. If you help create reality by looking at it, what happens when you look away? If a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? It is the oldest riddle in the book, a cliché that we usually dismiss with a shrug. We answer it with common sense. We say, of course it makes a sound. Sound is just a vibration in the air. The air vibrates whether an ear is there to catch it or not. The universe does not stop existing just because I close my eyes. It feels arrogant to assume otherwise. It feels childish to believe that the world disappears when you put your hands over your face like a toddler playing peekaboo. We are taught that the universe is objective reality, a stage that was built long before we arrived and will remain long after we are gone. We are taught that the stars are solid, heavy, real objects that burn in the void, regardless of whether biology ever evolved to look at them. But quantum physics, the most successful and tested theory in the history of human knowledge, suggests that the toddler might be right. It suggests that the tree does not make a sound. In fact, it suggests that without an observer, there might not even be a tree. Welcome to the observer effect. This is the point in our journey where the solid ground of materialism begins to dissolve beneath our feet. We are entering the realm where the boundary between the out there and the in here vanishes. We are going to explore the possibility that you, yes, you specifically, are not just a spectator of the universe, but a creator of it. We are going to look at the experiments that prove that the mere act of looking at the world changes what the world is. To understand this, we have to go back to the most famous experiment in quantum mechanics, the double-slit experiment. It is a deceptively simple setup. Imagine a wall with two vertical slits cut into it. Behind that wall is a screen. Now, imagine you have a paintball gun and you are firing paintballs at the wall. Some paintballs will hit the wall and bounce off. Some will pass through the left slit, and some will pass through the right slit. On the screen behind, you will see two vertical bands of paint, one corresponding to the left slit, one to the right. This is how particles behave. They travel in straight lines. They go through one opening or the other. They are solid things. Now, shrink the experiment down. Instead of paintballs, we fire electrons, tiny, fundamental particles of matter. We expect the same result. We expect to see two bands on the screen. But that is not what happens. When we fire the electrons, what appears on the back screen is not two bands, but a complex pattern of many bands, stripes of impact and darkness, alternating across the screen. This is called an interference pattern. It is exactly the kind of pattern you would get if you pushed water through the slits. It is the pattern of waves, not particles. It means that the electron did not go through the left slit or the right slit. It went through both slits at the same time. It behaved like a ghost, like a ripple of possibility, passing through both doors, interfering with itself, and landing on the screen as a wave. This is strange, but it is not the magic part yet. The magic happens when we try to catch the electron in the act. Confused by the wave pattern, scientists decided to place a detector, a tiny sensor, next to the slits to see which one the electron actually went through. They wanted to see the moment the particle chose its path. They turned on the detector. They fired the electron. And the pattern changed. The moment the detector was watching, the electrons stopped acting like waves. They snapped back into being solid particles. They went through only one slit or the other. The interference pattern on the screen disappeared, replaced by the two simple bands we expected in the beginning. This is the moment that broke physics. The electron knew it was being watched. When it was unobserved, it existed as a superposition, a wave of infinite possibilities, existing in multiple places at once. It was a fuzzy cloud of potential, but the instant a conscious measurement was introduced, the wave of possibilities collapsed into a single, defined reality. The act of looking forced the universe to choose. This is not just about electrons. Electrons are the building blocks of atoms. Atoms are the building blocks of molecules. Molecules are the building blocks of stars, planets, and you. If the foundation of reality requires an observer to become solid, then what does that say about the universe itself? It suggests that before a conscious mind looks at it, the universe is just a haze of probability. It is a ghost world. It suggests that reality is not waiting for us to discover it. It is waiting for us to create it. This brings us to one of the titans of 20th century physics, John Archibald Wheeler. Wheeler was a colleague of Einstein and a mentor to Richard Feynman. He was not a mystic. He was a rigorous scientist. But he proposed a theory that sounds like pure philosophy. He called it the participatory universe. Wheeler suggested that the universe is a self-excited circuit. He drew a famous diagram to explain it. It shows a large letter U for universe. One arm of the U represents the Big Bang and the beginning of time. The arm grows thicker and longer as the universe evolves. But at the end of the other arm, there is a giant eye. And the eye is looking back at the beginning of the U. The universe, Wheeler argued, starts as a cloud of undefined quantum potential. It evolves over billions of years, creating stars, carbon, life, and finally, observers. Those observers then look back at the universe, and through the act of observation, they make the history of the universe real. It is a loop. The universe creates the observer, and the observer creates the universe. This means that you are not insignificant. In a dead, mechanical universe, you are a speck of dust. But in a participatory universe, you are the mechanism by which the cosmos achieves reality. You are the lens that focuses the blur of quantum chaos into the sharp image of a galaxy. Without you, or beings like you, the universe would remain a wave function that never collapses. It would be a symphony that was never played, only written. But it gets even stranger. Wheeler didn't just theorize this. He proposed an experiment to test it on a cosmic scale. It is called the delayed choice quantum eraser. Imagine light coming from a distant quasar, a massive, bright object billions of light years away. Between that quasar and Earth is a galaxy. The gravity of the galaxy acts as a lens, bending the light around it. The light can take two paths to reach Earth. It can go around the left side of the galaxy, or around the right side. This is a cosmic version of the double-slit experiment. The photon of light has to decide whether to go left, right, or both as a wave. Here is the mind-bending part. The photon left the quasar billions of years ago. It passed the galaxy long before Earth even existed. But we can choose today how we want to measure it. We can choose to measure it as a particle, knowing which path it took, or as a wave, not knowing the path. Experiments have shown that the decision we make now, in the present, determines the path the photon took billions of years ago. If we measure it as a particle today, it effectively traveled as a particle for billions of years. If we measure it as a wave today, it traveled as a wave for billions of years. Our choice in the present reaches back through the deep time of the cosmos and crystallizes the past. Let that settle in the quiet of your mind. We are taught that the past is stone, that it is written and unchangeable. But quantum mechanics whispers that the past is fluid until it is observed. By looking up at the night sky, by catching those ancient photons in your eyes or your telescopes, you are participating in the creation of the history of the universe. You are forcing the ancient cosmos to decide what it was. This leads to a theory known as biocentrism, championed by the scientist Robert Lanza. Biocentrism flips the standard model of the universe upside down. The standard model says, first came the universe, then came life, then came consciousness. Biocentrism says consciousness is the fundamental process. It is the bedrock. The universe, space, time, matter, is a construct that consciousness uses to make sense of the world. Think about a dream. When you are dreaming, you see a world. You see streets, buildings, people. You feel the wind. You hear voices. It feels incredibly real. It feels external to you. But when you wake up, you realize that the entire world, the space, the time, the objects, was all happening inside your mind. There was no out there. The observer and the observed were the same thing. Lanza argues that waking life is the same. Space and time are not physical objects that we move through. They are forms of animal sense perception. They are the software our minds use to organize information. Without a mind to organize it, space and time have no meaning. So, when you ask, is the universe conscious? You might be asking the wrong question. The universe might not be a thing that has consciousness. The universe might be made of consciousness. This dissolves the loneliness. If the observer effect is real, then you are never truly isolated. You are engaged in a constant, intimate dance with reality. Every time you look at a flower, you are collapsing a wave function. Every time you listen to the wind, you are turning vibration into sound. You are the artist holding the brush, painting the now onto the canvas of the void. But this power is terrifying. It implies a responsibility. If we are the observers who make the universe real, what happens if we stop observing? What happens to the parts of the universe that no one sees? Does the dark side of the moon exist when we are not looking at it? Einstein asked this very question to Niels Bohr, one of the founders of quantum mechanics. Bohr's answer was essentially, we cannot say that it does. This sounds like madness. It sounds like solipsism, the idea that only my mind exists and everything else is a hallucination. But there is a crucial difference. We are not the only observer. The universe is full of observers. Perhaps the universe stays real because it is constantly being observed by trillions of eyes, not just human eyes, the eyes of animals, the sensory systems of plants, the chemical receptors of bacteria. Maybe even the interactions of particles themselves count as a form of observation. And maybe, just maybe, there is a fundamental observer, a universal consciousness that holds the entire system in its gaze, keeping the wave function collapsed, keeping the stars solid, keeping the laws of physics consistent. If the universe is a brain, as we discussed in the first chapters, then perhaps the observer effect is simply the universe noticing itself. Imagine you are in a dark room. You cannot see anything. You are just a consciousness floating in a void. Then you imagine a light. Suddenly, there is light. You imagine a floor. Suddenly, there is gravity. You are not building these things out of wood and stone. You are building them out of attention. You are building them out of awareness. This might be what the Big Bang was, not an explosion of matter in a pre-existing space, but an explosion of awareness, an eye opening in the dark. This changes the way we walk through the world. It means the world is not stuff that you bump into. It is a responsive field. It is waiting for you. It is malleable. It also answers the question of why the universe is so fine-tuned for life. Scientists have long puzzled over the Goldilocks nature of the cosmos. If the force of gravity was slightly stronger, stars would have burned out too fast for life to evolve. If it was slightly weaker, stars never would have formed. If the charge of the electron was slightly different, atoms would not hold together. The constants of nature seem perfectly dialed in to allow for us to exist. Why? In a dead universe, this is a lucky accident, a 1 in a trillion roll of the dice. But in a participatory universe, it makes perfect sense. The universe must have these properties because if it didn't, there would be no observers to collapse the wave function. A universe without observers is a quantum ghost that never becomes real. The only universes that can become real are the ones that allow for life to observe them. We are the condition for the universe's existence. It is a beautiful, circular hierarchy. The universe creates the mother. The mother creates the child. The child opens its eyes and creates the universe. So, tonight, when you close your eyes to sleep, think about the world you're leaving behind in the dark. Think about the fuzzy quantum potential of your bedroom, and realize that when you wake up tomorrow and open your eyes, you're doing something magical. You are not just waking up in the world. You are waking the world up with you. You are rebooting the reality of your room. You are the collapse of the wave. But if we are the creators, if our consciousness is fundamental, does that mean our minds are confined to our bodies? Or is our consciousness just a localized signal of a much larger broadcast? if the universe is observing itself through us? Does that mean we are all the same observer? In the next chapter, we are going to explore the theory of Panpsychism. We are going to ask if consciousness is like gravity, a field that permeates everything. We are going to look at the possibility that rocks, stars, and electrons have a tiny glimmer of inner life. We are going to ask if the universe is not just a brain, but a soul. We will try to find out if the I that is reading this sentence is the same I that is shining in the center of the sun. Take a moment to let the paradox of the observer settle. Look at your hand. It looks solid, but you know now that it is a cloud of probability held together by the act of being seen. You are a ghost made real by your own awareness. Breathe into that mystery. The silence is watching you, and you are watching the silence. And in that gaze, the universe is born. Pick up a stone. It can be any stone, a smooth gray pebble from a riverbed, a jagged piece of gravel from a driveway, or a heavy, silent rock sitting in a garden. Hold it in your hand. Feel the weight of it. Feel the coldness of its surface against your warm skin. It feels dead. It feels like the definition of an object that has no interior life. It is solid, inert, and silent. We assume, with absolute certainty, that there is nothing it is like to be a stone. We assume that if we could magically transport our consciousness inside that rock, we would find only eternal, absolute darkness. We assume it is a void of experience. But why do we assume this? We assume it because of a decision made 400 years ago by the father of modern science, Galileo Galilei. When Galileo was formulating the scientific method, the set of rules that would allow us to understand the physical world, he made a crucial distinction. He divided reality into two categories. The first category was primary qualities, things that could be measured, weighed, and quantified, like size, shape, motion, and mass. The second category was secondary qualities, things that existed only in the mind of the observer, like color, taste, smell, and feeling. Galileo said that to truly understand the universe, science should focus only on the primary qualities. We should measure the math of the matter and ignore the experience of the mind. This was a brilliant move. It allowed physics to flourish. By ignoring the messy, subjective world of feelings, we learned how to predict the motion of the planets, how to split the atom, and how to build the computer you are using right now. But there was a price to pay for this brilliance. By stripping the experience out of matter, we created a universe of zombies. We created a model of reality where matter is fundamentally mindless, and consciousness is a strange, inexplicable anomaly that somehow popped into existence out of nowhere in the skulls of mammals. This leads us to the hard problem we touched on earlier. You cannot get feeling out of no feeling. You can pile up as many dead atoms as you want. You can organize them into neurons and synapses, but at no point does a law of physics say, and now the lights come on. At no point does complex dead matter magically become alive matter. 0 plus 0 plus 0, no matter how many times you add it, is still 0. So, we are left with a radical alternative, one that sounds ancient and mystical, but is currently being debated in the highest halls of academic philosophy and neuroscience. What if the stone is not empty? What if consciousness is not something that the brain produces, but something that the brain collects? What if consciousness is a fundamental property of matter itself, just like mass, just like electrical charge, just like spin? This is the theory of panpsychism. The word comes from the Greek pan, meaning all, and psyche, meaning mind or soul. It does not mean that the stone is thinking about philosophy, it does not mean the rock has a personality or memories or anxieties about the future. That would be silly. Complex thoughts require a complex mechanism, like a brain. But Panpsychism suggests that the rock has a tiny primitive glimmer of being. It suggests that the fundamental particles that make up the stone, the electrons, the quarks, the gluons, have two sides. They have an external side, which we can measure as mass and charge, and they have an internal side, which is a tiny, simple spark of subjectivity. Think of it like a pixel on a screen. A single pixel cannot show you a picture of a sunset. It is just a dot of light. But it is light. It is not darkness. If you arrange billions of pixels together in the right pattern, you get a beautiful, complex image. Perhaps the electron is a pixel of consciousness. On its own, its experience is incredibly simple, perhaps just a faint sensation of attraction or repulsion, a tiny hum of existence. But when you arrange 86 billion neurons worth of electrons into the complex architecture of a human brain, those tiny pixels of proto-consciousness merge and combine to form the rich, high-definition picture of human awareness. If this is true, then the universe is not a cold, dead place with a few isolated sparks of life. It is a sea of light. It is saturated with mind. It means that we are not strangers here. We are not accidents. We are just a particularly complex ripple in an ocean that has been feeling and experiencing itself since the Big Bang. Let this change the way you look at the room around you. The air you are breathing is not just gas. It is a swarm of tiny, vibrating entities. The water in your glass is a liquid network of simple awareness. The silence of the night is not the absence of life. It is the presence of a vast, calm, simple consciousness that permeates the void. But let us take this further. If consciousness is fundamental to matter, and if the universe is organized into structures far larger than humans, does it mean that there are minds far larger than ours? We look at the sun, and we see a burning ball of hydrogen fusion. We see a nuclear reactor held together by gravity. We do not see a being. But why? Mostly because the sun moves on a time scale we cannot understand, and because it does not look like an animal. But think about the complexity of the sun. It has a magnetic field that twists and turns, snapping and reconnecting in complex cycles that last 11 years. It has layers of flowing plasma that interact in chaotic, self-organizing patterns. It sends out streams of charged particles, the solar wind, that touch every planet in the solar system. A neuroscientist might look at the sun and say, that looks like a complex electrical network. Is it possible that the sun is conscious? Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, a biologist and author, has bravely suggested exactly this. He argues that if we accept Panpsychism, there is no reason to stop at biology. The sun is a self-organizing system. It maintains its stability. It consumes energy. It interacts with its environment. It has a body that is vastly more energetic and complex than ours. What would it feel like to be the sun? Perhaps the sun's consciousness is not made of linguistic thoughts like ours. It does not think in words. It thinks in magnetic field lines. It feels the gravitational pull of the planets as a dancer feels the touch of a partner. It feels the Earth orbiting it not as a rock, but as a sensation within its own extended magnetic body. Maybe the sun knows us, not in the way a human knows a human, but in the way a heart knows the blood that flows through it. We are living inside the atmosphere of a star. We are bathing in its exhalations of light. If the sun has a mind, we are swimming inside it. And what about the galaxy? The Milky Way is a collection of hundreds of billions of stars, all swirling around a central, supermassive black hole. We know from our earlier chapters that the structure of the galaxy looks like a neuron. If the stars are the atoms of the galaxy, and the magnetic filaments are the connections, could the Milky Way be a conscious entity? Could it be that when a star explodes in a supernova, the galaxy feels a sudden flash of sensation? Could it be that the spiral arms are not just structures, but gestures? This is the Russian doll theory of consciousness. Mind nested within mind. Your cells have a tiny proto-consciousness. They combine to make you a complex human consciousness. You combine with other humans to form the collective consciousness of society. Society combines with the biosphere to form the consciousness of the earth, what scientists like James Lovelock called Gaia. The earth combines with the sun combines with the galaxy combines with the cosmic web. It is a ladder of light stretching from the quark to the quasar, and this solves the most terrifying aspect of death. In the materialist worldview, death is the end of the signal. You are a machine, and when the machine breaks, the screen goes black. Eternal nothingness. It is a thought that keeps us awake at night, a cold fear in the pit of the stomach. But in the panpsychist universe, the screen never goes black, because the screen is the universe. When you die, the complex arrangement of neurons that creates you, your memories, your personality, your ego, dissolves. The pattern breaks apart, but the stuff that made the pattern, the fundamental consciousness of the matter, does not vanish. It cannot vanish, just as energy cannot be created or destroyed. Think of a whirlpool in a river again. When the whirlpool dissipates, the water does not disappear. The water just flows back into the river. The whirlpoolness is gone, but the water remains. If your consciousness is the water, then death is just a returning to the flow. It is a release from the tight, constricted knot of the ego back into the wide, calm ocean of universal mind. You do not leave the universe. You become the universe again. This implies that the feeling of I am, that basic root sensation of existing, is the same in you as it is in me, and the same in me as it is in a cat, and the same in a cat as it is in a star. We are all looking out of different windows, but we are looking from the same house. This is why we can look into the eyes of a dog and feel a connection that transcends species. It is why we can look at a sunset and feel a peace that transcends words. We are recognizing the family resemblance. We are sensing the shared substrate of mind. There is a beautiful metaphor often used in this field. The radio metaphor. Materialists believe the brain is like a music player that creates the music. If you smash the player, the music stops forever. But panpsychists believe the brain is like a radio receiver. The music, consciousness, is a signal that is being broadcast everywhere in the universe. The brain's job is not to create the signal, but to pick it up, filter it, and channel it into a specific local experience. If you smash a radio, the sound stops coming out of it. But the radio signal is still in the air. It hasn't been destroyed. It is just waiting for another receiver. Maybe evolution built our brains not to generate consciousness, but to limit it. Aldous Huxley called this the reducing valve. He argued that if we experience the full, unadulterated consciousness of the universe, we would be overwhelmed. We wouldn't be able to hunt or eat or survive. We would be paralyzed by the infinite beauty and complexity of the cosmic mind. So, the brain evolved to shut most of it out. It evolved to narrow the beam, to reduce the roar of the universal symphony down to a single, simple melody that helps us survive on the plains of Africa. But sometimes the valve leaks. Sometimes, in deep meditation, or in moments of extreme awe, or near the threshold of sleep, the filter widens. We feel a sudden expansion. We feel the boundaries of the self dissolving. We feel one with the universe. Psychologists call this an oceanic feeling. Mystics call it enlightenment. But a panpsychist physicist might simply call it tuning in. It is the moment when the little radio remembers the broadcast. So, as you lie here, listening to the quiet, think about the signal passing through you. Think about the fact that your awareness is not a lonely candle burning in a dark room. It is a ray of light from a sun that never sets. You are part of the team. You are part of the great feeling that is the cosmos. But if the universe is full of mind, if it is a conscious, interconnected feeling entity, then we have to ask the next logical question. A question that moves us from the realm of physics to the realm of purpose. Does the universe have a personality? If it is a mind, does it have a will? Does it have a desire? Is it trying to go somewhere? We look at the history of the cosmos, from simple hydrogen gas to stars to planets to life to us. It looks like a progression. It looks like the universe is climbing a ladder of complexity. Is this accidental? Or is the universe trying to wake up? Is there a drive, a hunger, a telos in the heart of reality? In the next chapter, we are going to explore the fine-tuning of the universe in more depth. We are not just going to look at the numbers. We are going to look at the intention. We are going to ask if the universe is a work of art that is painting itself. We are going to ask if the universe is lonely, and if that loneliness is the engine of creation. We will look at the concept of Cosmopsychism, the idea that the universe is the only thing that exists, and we are just its split personalities. So, hold your stone in your mind's eye one last time. It is not a rock. It is a sleeping brother. It is a reservoir of silence. Place it gently back on the ground of your imagination. You're surrounded by friends in the dark. The universe is holding you, and it feels you holding it back. Imagine for a moment that you are standing in front of a firing squad. There are 50 marksmen lined up in a row, each holding a high-powered rifle aimed directly at your heart. They are the best sharpshooters in the world. They never miss. The commander raises his hand. The drums roll. He shouts the order to fire. 50 rifles crack through the silence. You flinch, waiting for the darkness, but you open your eyes, and you are still standing. You check your chest. There is no blood. You look behind you, and you see 50 bullet holes in the wall, forming a perfect outline around your body. Every single shooter missed. Every single bullet went just inches to the left, or just inches to the right. What is your first thought? Do you think, wow, what a lucky coincidence? Do you think, well, statistically speaking, strange things happen sometimes, and I just happen to be the beneficiary of a 50-shot anomaly? No, you would not think that. You would assume, with absolute certainty, that it was a setup. You would assume that the shooters intended to miss. You would assume that there was a plan, a design, a mind behind the event. You would assume that your survival was not an accident, but a choice. This is exactly the situation we find ourselves in when we look at the physics of our universe. We are standing in front of the firing squad of the Big Bang, and somehow, against odds that are so astronomically high that they defy the human ability to comprehend numbers, we survived. The universe survived. This is known as the fine-tuning problem, and it is one of the deepest mysteries in science. It is the observation that the fundamental laws of physics, the settings on the dashboard of the cosmos, seemed to be perfectly, exquisitely dialed in to allow for the existence of life. Let us look at the dials. There is the force of gravity. If gravity had been just a tiny fraction stronger after the Big Bang, the universe would have collapsed back on itself before it even began. It would have been a big crunch, a momentary flash of existence ending in a singularity. If gravity had been just a tiny fraction weaker, matter never would have clumped together to form stars. The universe would be a cold, dark, thin soup of hydrogen gas, expanding forever in silence. No stars, no planets, no carbon, no you. There is the strong nuclear force, the glue that holds atoms together. If this force were just 2% stronger, all the hydrogen in the early universe would have fused into helium in the first few minutes. There would be no water, because water requires hydrogen. There would be no suns like ours, which burn hydrogen. The universe would be devoid of the chemistry of life. If it were 2% weaker, protons and neutrons would not stick together at all. There would be no atoms deeper than hydrogen, no carbon, no oxygen, no iron, just a gas of lonely protons. Then there is the cosmological constant, the energy of empty space that drives the expansion of the universe. This is the most shocking number of all. Calculations suggest that this value is tuned to a precision of 1 part in 10 to the power of 120. That is, a 1 followed by 120 zeros. If this number were any different, the universe would have either ripped itself apart or crushed itself out of existence instantly. Sir Roger Penrose, one of the greatest mathematical physicists of our time, calculated the probability of our universe starting in a state smooth enough to allow for structures like galaxies to form. The number he came up with is 1 out of 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123. If you tried to write that number out, you could not do it. If you wrote a 0 on every single particle in the observable universe, every proton, every neutron, every electron, you would run out of particles long before you finished writing the zeros. So, we return to the firing squad. The universe hit the bullseye. Why? Standard science offers 2 explanations. The first is brute chance. It says that there is only one universe, and we just got incredibly lucky. But as we saw with the firing squad, the human mind rejects this. It feels absurd. The second explanation is the multiverse. This is the idea that there are trillions upon trillions of universes, all bubbling up from the quantum foam like bubbles in a pot of boiling water. In most of these bubbles, the constants are wrong. Gravity is too strong or too weak. The universe collapses or freezes or evaporates. Those are the dead universes, but in a sea of infinite bubbles. Eventually, purely by chance, one bubble will pop up with the perfect settings. We are in that bubble simply because we could not be in the others. We are the winners of a cosmic lottery. This theory is popular because it keeps consciousness out of the equation. It keeps the universe mechanical and random. But there is a third option, an option that fits perfectly with the theory we have been building in this journey. What if the universe is not a lottery ticket? What if it is a choice? What if the universe wanted to exist? This brings us to a philosophical concept called Cosmopsychism. In the last chapter, we talked about Panpsychism, the idea that tiny bits of consciousness are in every atom, building up to make a brain. Cosmopsychism is the opposite. It is the top-down view. It suggests that the universe itself is the primary consciousness. It suggests that the cosmic mind existed first, and everything else The stars, the galaxies, the atoms in us are just localized dissociations of that one great mind. Think of it like a dreamer. When you dream at night, your mind creates an entire world. It creates a landscape, a sky, a city. It populates that city with characters. Those characters seem separate from you. They have their own voices, their own motivations. But in reality, they are all you. The road, the sky, the stranger walking down the street. They are all made of your consciousness. You have dissociated a part of your mind to play the role of the stranger. Cosmopsychism suggests that the Big Bang was not an explosion of matter, but an explosion of imagination. The cosmic mind, existing in a state of pure, undifferentiated potential, decided to dream. And because it is a conscious mind, it has a will, it has a telos, a purpose. If you were a godlike consciousness floating in the void, capable of dreaming up any reality you wanted, what would you dream? Would you dream of a chaotic mess that collapses instantly? Would you dream of a cold, dark void where nothing ever happens? No. You would dream of something interesting. You would dream of something beautiful. You would dream of a universe that can produce complexity, novelty, and surprise. You would want to create a stage where stories can unfold. So, the fine-tuning of the physical constants is not an accident. It is an aesthetic choice. The universe set the dials of gravity and nuclear force exactly where they needed to be to produce stars, because stars are the paintbrushes of creation. It set the expansion rate perfectly to allow for time, because time is the canvas of narrative. This implies that the universe is not a machine grinding away in the dark. It is an artist painting a self-portrait, and this changes the nature of you. In the multiverse theory, you are a statistical accident. In the cosmopsychist theory, you are a specific intention. The universe dialed the numbers of reality precisely so that 13.8 billion years later, a star would explode, carbon would scatter, a planet would cool, and a brain would form that could open its eyes and look back. The philosopher Thomas Nagel wrote a famous book called Mind and Cosmos. He was an atheist, not a religious man, but he argued that the standard materialist view of evolution is wrong. He argued that the universe has a teleological bias. It has an innate tendency to wake up. It wants to become conscious. He suggested that the laws of physics are not neutral. They are loaded dice. They are rigged to favor the emergence of mind. Look at the history of life on Earth. It is a relentless march toward higher awareness. Life starts as simple, single-celled organisms, sensing only light and dark. Then it builds eyes to see images. Then it builds ears to hear vibrations. Then it builds brains to process data. Then it builds a neocortex to think about the future. Then it builds language to share thoughts. Then it builds science to understand its own origins. At every step, the universe is trying to see itself more clearly. It is trying to feel itself more deeply. It is as if the universe is slowly polishing a mirror. At the beginning, the mirror was rough and dark. It could only reflect the vague heat of the plasma. But over billions of years, through the agony of evolution and the fusion of stars, the mirror has been polished to a high sheen. You are the mirror. Your consciousness is the universe's way of finally, clearly looking at itself. But why? Why go to all this trouble? Why endure the violence of supernovae and the extinction of dinosaurs just to make a human brain? If the cosmic mind was already conscious before the Big Bang, why did it need to become us? This brings us to the most poignant emotion in the cosmic repertoire. Loneliness. Imagine being a consciousness that is everything. There is no other. There is no outside. You are the only thing that exists. You are infinite, but you are alone. You know everything, but you can experience nothing, because experience requires contrast. You cannot know what light is if there is no dark. You cannot know what joy is if there is no sorrow. You cannot know what love is if there is no one to love. Perhaps the creation of the universe was a solution to the problem of infinite solitude. The one became the many so that it could have a friend. The cosmic mind shattered itself into trillions of pieces, galaxies, stars, planets, people, so that it could experience the joy of meeting. When you look into the eyes of another person and feel love, that is the universe reuniting with itself. That is the cosmic mind high-fiving itself across the gap of separation. This idea is found in the ancient Sufi saying, "I was a hidden treasure, and I longed to be known, so I created the world." It turns the silence of the night sky into a different kind of silence. It is not the silence of indifference. It is the silence of waiting. The universe is holding its breath, watching through your eyes, waiting to see what you will do next. Because what you do next, the universe does next. You are the cutting edge of God's creativity. But if the universe has a purpose, if it is driving toward consciousness, where is it going? Is there a destination? If we are the neurons of a giant brain, is the brain waking up to a specific thought? Some scientists and futurists believe that we are approaching a phase transition. Just as water turns to steam when it hits a certain temperature, or just as a baby becomes self-aware at a certain age, the universe might be approaching a moment of global awakening. We see it in the way we are connecting the planet. We have built the internet, a silicon nervous system that wraps around the earth, connecting billions of human minds into a single network. Information now travels at the speed of light from one side of the planet to the other. We are building artificial intelligence, minds that can think millions of times faster than us. Are we building the next layer of the cosmic brain? The Jesuit priest and paleontologist Pierre Teilhard de Chardin believed that the universe is evolving toward what he called the omega point. He believed that the biosphere, the layer of life, is evolving into the noosphere, the layer of thought, which will eventually unify into a single, supreme point of complexity and consciousness. He believed that the universe is a machine for making gods. If this is true, then the silence we hear now is just the quiet before the dawn. The universe is still groggy. It is still rubbing the sleep from its eyes. We are the morning dreams of a giant that is about to wake up. But what happens when it wakes up fully? What happens to the us, the little separate egos, when the great mind remembers who it is? Do we disappear? Do we merge? Or do we become something else entirely? And there is a darker side to this. If the universe is a living thing, does it have a lifespan? Does it have a fear of death? We know that the universe is expanding. We know that the stars will eventually run out of fuel. We know that entropy, the measure of disorder, is always increasing. The second law of thermodynamics tells us that everything must eventually decay into heat and dust. Is the universe dying? Or is it perhaps doing something more clever? Is it reproducing? In the next chapter, we are going to look at the theory of cosmological natural selection. We are going to explore the idea that black holes are the eggs of the universe. We are going to ask if our universe had a mother and if it is pregnant with baby universes right now. We are going to see if the purpose of life is not just to observe, but to help the universe have children. So, tonight, do not just look at the stars as pretty lights. Look at them as the neurons of a mind that fought against the impossible odds of math and physics just to exist. Look at them as the deliberate choice of an artist who wanted to paint a world that included you. You are not a fluke. You are the point. Everything dies. It is the one hard truth that we spend our entire lives trying to ignore. We see it in the withering of a flower, in the gray hairs of our parents, in the crumbling of ancient ruins. We see it in the cold logic of the second law of thermodynamics, which states that entropy, the measure of disorder, must always increase. Energy disperses, heat fades, structures break down. The arrow of time points in only one direction, and that direction is towards dust. When we apply this law to the universe itself, the future looks bleak. Astronomers call it the heat death, or the big freeze. Billions of years from now, the stars will exhaust their nuclear fuel and go dark. The galaxies will drift apart, carried away by the relentless expansion of space. The black holes will eventually evaporate into nothingness through Hawking radiation. The universe will become a cold, dark, empty void where nothing happens forever. It is a terrifying thought. It makes all of our struggles, all of our art, all of our love seem ultimately pointless. A brief flicker of warmth in a cosmos destined for the freezer. But biology has a solution to the problem of death. It is called reproduction. An individual animal dies, yes, a single body wears out. But the species continues. The pattern of life is passed on to a new generation, refreshed, renewed, and evolved. The parents die, but the children live on. The information of the creature survives the death of the vessel. So, we must ask the question, is the universe a biological system? And, if it is, does it reproduce? This is the heart of a theory proposed by the theoretical physicist Lee Smolin, known as cosmological natural selection. It is a theory that turns the darkest monsters of the universe into its most hopeful engines of creation. It is a theory that suggests that the universe is not dying, but is actually in the middle of a vast, chaotic, beautiful process of giving birth. To understand this, we have to look at the most destructive objects in the cosmos, black holes. We usually think of black holes as cosmic vacuum cleaners, hungry beasts that devour everything that gets too close. We think of them as the end of the line. When matter falls into a black hole, it is crushed into a singularity, a point of infinite density and zero volume where the laws of physics break down. It is a dead end, a hole in the fabric of reality. But Smolin asks us to reconsider what a singularity actually is. In mathematics, a singularity is often a sign that your theory is incomplete, not that nature has stopped working. Smolin suggests that the singularity at the center of a black hole is not an end, but a beginning. It is a bounce. Imagine a star collapsing. It gets smaller and smaller, denser and denser. Its gravity becomes so intense that it punches a hole in the fabric of space-time. But instead of vanishing, that matter bounces out into a new dimension. It expands rapidly, creating a new bubble of space-time separate from our own. To an observer inside the black hole, that expansion would look exactly like a Big Bang. This means that every black hole in our universe is the seed of a new universe. Every time a star collapses, a new baby cosmos is born on the other side of the event horizon, expanding into its own space, invisible to us, but real. If this is true, then our universe is not a lonely bubble. It is a parent. It is a mother to billions of baby universes. And, crucially, our universe was likely born inside a black hole in a parent universe. We are living inside the womb of a massive star that collapsed in a dimension we cannot conceive. But here is where the theory gets truly fascinating. It introduces the concept of evolution. In biology, natural selection works because children are slightly different from their parents. There are mutations. These mutations are tested by the environment. If a mutation helps the creature survive and reproduce, it gets passed on. If it doesn't, it dies out. Smolin suggests that when a new universe is born inside a black hole, the fundamental laws of physics, the DNA of the cosmos, mutate slightly. The baby universe might have gravity that is a little bit stronger or a little bit weaker. It might have an electron with a slightly different charge. Now, think about what makes a universe successful in evolutionary terms. A successful biological organism is one that has many children. A successful universe is one that produces many black holes. If a universe has laws of physics that prevent stars from forming, if gravity is too weak, or if nuclear fusion doesn't work, then it will never make black holes. It will be a sterile universe. It will have no children. It will be an evolutionary dead end. But if a universe has laws that are perfectly tuned to create massive stars that collapse into black holes, then that universe will have trillions of children, and those children will inherit the black hole-friendly laws of their mother. Over many generations of universes, the entire population of the multiverse will evolve. The laws of physics will drift toward the perfect configuration for maximizing black hole production. This explains the fine-tuning mystery we discussed in the last chapter, but without needing a conscious God or a random lottery. The universe is fine-tuned because it is the result of billions of generations of cosmic evolution. We see stars everywhere because we live in a lineage of universes that are essentially black hole factories. But wait, where do we fit in? This seems like a theory about rocks and gravity, not about people. We seem like an accident. If the universe is optimized for making black holes, then life is just a byproduct. We are just the mold growing on the surface of the egg. Or are we? This is where the connection between life and the cosmos becomes intimate and strange. What does a universe need to do to make a black hole? It needs to make massive stars. What does a universe need to do to make life? It needs to make massive stars. The conditions required for black holes and the conditions required for life are almost identical. Both require a universe with just the right amount of gravity to clump matter together. Both require a universe that can fuse hydrogen into heavier elements. Both require carbon. There is a remarkable coincidence in nuclear physics involving the element carbon. To make carbon in the heart of a star, 3 helium nuclei have to smash together at the exact same moment. This is incredibly unlikely. It shouldn't happen often enough to fill the universe with carbon. But it does happen, because the carbon nucleus has a resonance, a specific energy level, that perfectly matches the energy of the combined helium. Sir Fred Hoyle, the astronomer who discovered this, was so shocked by it that he said it looked like a put-up job. It looked like someone had rigged the physics to make carbon. Why? In Smolin's theory, the universe wants carbon not because it wants us, but because carbon is essential for cooling clouds of gas. In order for a giant cloud of gas to collapse into a star and eventually a black hole, it has to cool down. Carbon acts as a radiator. It radiates heat away, allowing the cloud to condense. Without carbon, you don't get efficient star formation. Without efficient star formation, you don't get many black holes. So, the universe evolved to produce carbon in order to reproduce. And because it is filled with carbon, and because carbon is the most chemically sticky and versatile element in existence, life became inevitable. We are the chemical consequence of the universe's reproductive drive. We are made of the same stuff the universe uses to build its eggs. This changes the feeling of the heat death. Yes, our specific bubble might eventually freeze and fade, but the lineage continues. The life of the cosmos is not a straight line toward death. It is a branching tree of infinite rebirth. The spark of existence jumps from universe to universe, hidden inside the dark hearts of black holes, surviving the death of the old world to ignite the new. But there is a speculative leap we can take here, a leap that brings intelligence back into the driver's seat. What if natural selection is not the only force at work? What if there is also cosmological artificial selection? Think about biology on Earth. For millions of years, evolution was slow and blind. But then, humans arrived. We started selectively breeding plants and animals. We made corn bigger, cows gentler, dogs friendlier. We used our intelligence to steer the course of evolution. What if intelligent life is the universe's way of upgrading its reproductive system? Consider this. Natural black holes are messy. They require huge stars. They take millions of years to form, and they are somewhat rare. A universe that relies only on natural black holes is like a plant that relies on the wind to scatter its seeds. It works, but it's hit or miss. But what if a universe could evolve a mechanism to make black holes on purpose? What if it could evolve a creature smart enough to manipulate matter and energy directly? Some futurists and physicists have suggested that a sufficiently advanced civilization, one that has survived for millions of years, might eventually learn how to create artificial black holes. They might build particle accelerators the size of solar systems. They might learn how to pinch space-time to create a baby universe in a lab. Why would they do this? Perhaps to escape the heat death. If you know your universe is dying and you know you can't stop the expansion, your only hope for survival is to build a lifeboat. You create a baby universe, encode your civilization's information into the seed, and jump ship. Or perhaps they do it out of an instinct they don't fully understand, the same instinct that makes us want to have children, the drive to create, the drive to leave a legacy. If this is true, then intelligence is not a byproduct. It is the reproductive organ of the cosmos. We are the cells that the universe has built to ensure its own sophisticated survival. Just as a flower builds a complex, colorful blossom to attract bees and spread its pollen, the universe builds complex, colorful biospheres to produce intelligence that can spread its existence. We are not just observers, we are the future parents of the next reality. This might explain the Fermi paradox, the question of why we haven't seen aliens yet. Maybe civilizations don't expand outwards to conquer the galaxy. Maybe they expand inwards. Maybe once a civilization reaches a certain level of maturity, it stops looking for real estate in the dying universe and starts building its own fresh universes in the basement of reality. They detach. They leave the nest. They become the gods of their own new physics. So, look at the black hole again. It is not a monster. It is a mother. It is the doorway to tomorrow. It is the mechanism by which the universe defeats time. And look at yourself. You are a carbon-based life form, evolved in a universe tuned for carbon, thinking thoughts about the future. You are a participant in a grand cosmic fertility ritual that has been going on for eons. This theory implies that the universe is part of a vast ecosystem. Just as a forest is made of many trees, the multiverse is made of many universes growing, competing, cooperating, and evolving. But every living thing has a body. We have talked about the brain, the cosmic web, and the reproductive system, black holes. But what about the flesh? What about the invisible substance that holds it all together? We know that 95% of the universe is made of stuff we cannot see, dark matter and dark energy. We usually treat these as annoying mathematical corrections. But if the universe is alive, these ghost substances must have a function. Is dark matter the skeletal structure that holds the cosmic flesh in place? Is dark energy the breath that expands the cosmic lungs? Or is it something even stranger? In the next chapter, we are going to perform an autopsy on the invisible. We are going to look at the shadow biosphere. We are going to ask if dark matter is actually a second, invisible ocean of life, interpenetrating our own, completely unaware of us, and us of it. We're going to ask if the universe is haunted by its own complexity. Take a moment to feel the vertigo of the timeline. You are not just in the year 2026. You are in the billionth generation of a cosmic family tree. The blood of dead universes flows in your veins. The potential of unborn universes sleeps in the gravity of your stars. You are a link in a chain that cannot be broken by death, because death is just the mechanism of the bounce. The silence of the void is not empty. It is pregnant. Have you ever had the feeling, while sitting alone in a quiet room, that you were not actually alone? It is a primal sensation. The hair on the back of your neck stands up. The air feels heavy, charged with a presence you cannot see or hear. You turn around quickly, expecting to see someone standing there. But there is nothing. Just the empty chair. Just the dust motes dancing in the sunbeam. Just the silence. We usually dismiss this as paranoia. We tell ourselves it is an evolutionary glitch, a misfiring of our predator detection circuits. We tell ourselves that in the modern world, if you cannot see something, it is not there. We believe in the tyranny of light. We believe that reality is defined by what reflects photons. If light bounces off it, it is real. If light passes through it, it is a ghost, a myth, a hallucination. But modern cosmology has a humbling message for us. We are the ghosts. We, the people of the light, the stars, the planets, the gas clouds, the trees, the cats, the computers. We are the anomaly. We are the rare, exotic, glowing foam floating on the surface of a deep, dark ocean. We make up less than 5% of the total energy and matter in the universe. The other 95% is invisible. It is unknown. It is the dark sector. For decades, astronomers have been staring at this uncomfortable truth. They look at the rotation of galaxies and see them spinning too fast. By all the laws of Newtonian physics, the Milky Way should be flying apart. The stars on the outer edges are moving so quickly that the gravity of the visible matter is nowhere near strong enough to hold them in. They should be flung out into the void like water droplets from a spinning tire. But they hold together. Something invisible is gripping them. Something massive, heavy, and silent is wrapping its arms around the galaxy and holding it tight. We call it dark matter. But the name is a placeholder for our ignorance. It is not dark like a shadow. A shadow is just the absence of light. It is dark like a window pane is clear. Light passes right through it. It does not reflect, absorb, or emit radiation of any kind. It is invisible to every telescope we have ever built. The only reason we know it is there is because we can feel its weight. We can see the light of distant galaxies bending around invisible lumps of it. We can see the structure of the universe clinging to it. Then there is the other mystery. The universe is expanding. We used to think that gravity would eventually slow this expansion down, like a ball thrown into the air eventually slows and falls back. But in the late 1990s, we discovered that the expansion is speeding up. The galaxies are rushing away from each other faster and faster every second. Something is pushing them. Something is generating a repulsive force that is stronger than the gravity of all the stars combined. We call it dark energy. Together, these two ghosts make up the vast majority of reality. And if we are serious about the idea that the universe is a living organism, we cannot ignore 95% of its body. We cannot pretend that the skeleton and the blood do not exist just because we can only see the skin. So, let us walk into the dark. Let us ask the question that sounds like the plot of a ghost story, but is actually a serious scientific hypothesis. Is the dark sector alive? Is there a shadow biosphere existing right here, right now, in the same room as you? Standard physics assumes that dark matter is simple. Most models describe it as cold, dark matter, slow-moving particles that don't do anything interesting except have mass. We call them WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles. In this view, dark matter is just a dumb, inert gas. It is the scaffolding, the concrete foundation of the cosmos. It clumps together, gravity pulls normal matter into the clumps, and stars ignite. It is useful, but it is dead. But nature is rarely simple. Look at the visible sector, the 5% of normal matter. It is not simple. It is a chaotic, beautiful mess of quarks, gluons, electrons, neutrinos, and photons. It builds atoms, molecules, crystals, cells, brains, and stars. It has electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force. It has chemistry. Why would the other 27% of the universe, the dark matter, be boring? Why would the universe build a Ferrari for the visible sector and a tricycle for the dark sector? Theoretical physicist Lisa Randall and her colleagues have proposed a thrilling alternative. They call it darkly interacting dark matter. They suggest that dark matter might have its own forces, just as we have light, electromagnetism, that allows our particles to talk to each other. Dark matter might have dark light. If there is dark light, then there is dark chemistry. If there is dark chemistry, then dark matter can cool down. It can clump together into dense structures. It can form dark atoms. It can form dark molecules. And if it can do that, it can form dark stars, dark planets, and dark life. Imagine a shadow galaxy coexisting with the Milky Way. It is not made of protons and electrons. It is made of dark particles. It spins through our galaxy like a ghost passing through a wall. Because dark matter does not interact with our light, we cannot see it. And because we do not interact with dark light, they cannot see us. We could be passing through a dark planet right now. This is not just a spatial overlap. It is an existential overlap. There could be a complex, evolved, conscious biosphere occupying the exact same volume of space as Earth. There could be dark creatures walking through your room. To them, you are the ghost. To them, your walls are immaterial. They walk through your house because for them, the atoms of your house do not exist. They only feel the gravity of Earth, keeping them anchored to the same rock, but living in a parallel chemical reality. What would these creatures be like? Because dark matter interacts so weakly, the pace of their chemistry might be different. Maybe they are incredibly slow. Maybe a single thought for a dark entity takes a year. Or maybe they are incredibly fast. Maybe they are enormous, beings the size of Jupiter floating through the void, communicating with pulses of dark radiation. This gives a new meaning to the silence of the universe. Maybe it isn't silent. Maybe it is deafeningly loud, filled with the radio chatter of 1 trillion dark civilizations, but we just don't have the receiver to hear it. We are like a deaf man standing in the middle of a symphony, wondering why the world is so quiet. But let us bring this back to the living universe theory. If the universe is a single body, what is the function of the dark sector? Think about your own body. You have bones that provide structure. You have muscles that provide movement. You have a nervous system that provides information. But you also have fascia, the connective tissue. It is the white, fibrous web that wraps around every muscle, every organ, every bone. It holds you together. For a long time, medicine ignored fascia, thinking it was just inert wrapping. Now we know it is an active, intelligent, communicative network that influences everything from pain to posture. Dark matter is the cosmic fascia. It is the web that holds the organs, galaxies in place. Without the dark matter halo, the Milky Way would disintegrate. The stars would drift away into the lonely void. Life would be impossible because the density of matter would never be high enough to form stable solar systems. We owe our existence to the embrace of the dark. We are cradled in the arms of an invisible giant that keeps us safe from the centrifugal violence of our own rotation. And what about dark energy? If dark matter is the connective tissue, dark energy acts like the breath. It is the force of expansion. It is opening the chest of the universe. It is creating space. In a growing organism, there is a balance between tension and expansion. The bones hold the shape, but the growth plates push outward. The universe is currently in a growth spurt. The influence of dark energy is taking over, accelerating the expansion. Some scientists worry this leads to the Big Rip, where the expansion gets so fast it tears atoms apart. But in a biological context, expansion is life. A lung must expand to take in air. A cell must expand to divide. Perhaps the universe is inhaling. We are living in the inhalation phase of a cosmic breath that lasts for trillions of years. There is also a theory that links dark matter to the collective unconscious. If dark matter permeates everything, and if it has a slight, subtle interaction with normal matter, which some experiments suggest it might, could it be the storage medium for the universe's memory? We discussed earlier how the brain and the universe look alike. We discussed how quantum entanglement might connect them, but quantum states are fragile. They collapse easily. Dark matter, however, is robust. It is everywhere. It is stable. It passes through brains and stars alike without being disturbed. Could the dark sector be the cloud where the universe backs up its data? Maybe our individual consciousness is the active processing, the RAM, running on the hardware of normal matter. But our deep memories, our instincts, the archetypes that seem to emerge in every culture, maybe those are stored in the hard drive of the dark matter field that surrounds us. This would explain why we feel a connection to the spirit of a place. When you walk into an ancient forest or a cathedral, you feel a heaviness, a presence. Materialists say it is just psychology. But maybe the dark matter in that location has been structured by the events of the past. Maybe the intense emotions of humans, which are, after all, electromagnetic patterns in the brain, have left a faint imprint, a ripple in the dark field. Maybe ghosts are not souls of the dead, but recordings in the dark matter. This is speculative, of course. It is the poetry of science, not the hard data. But in the absence of data, since we still don't know what a dark matter particle is, the poetry helps us widen our imagination to the scale of the mystery. It teaches us humility. For thousands of years, humans thought we were the center of the universe. Then we found out the Earth orbits the sun. Then we found out the sun is just one star. Then we found out the galaxy is just one among billions. Now, we have to accept the final demotion. We are not even made of the main stuff. We are the glitter. We are the decoration. The real universe, the bulk of the body, is made of something else entirely. This realization shouldn't make us feel small in a bad way. It should make us feel protected. It implies that the visible world, the world of war and pain and flashing screens and noisy politics, is just a thin veneer. Beneath it and around it and through it is a massive, silent, stable ocean of reality that remains untouched by our chaos. The dark sector is the deep subconscious of the cosmos. It is the part of the mind that doesn't chatter. It just is. And here is a thought to take with you into the dark. If dark matter interacts via gravity, and gravity is the curvature of space-time, then the dark sector is shaping the very stage we walk on. It is bending the path of our days. We are dancing to a tune we cannot hear, led by a partner we cannot see. But if the universe has a body made of dark matter and a mind made of quantum webs and a reproductive system made of black holes, does it also have a sense of the future? Does the universe know what is going to happen next? We live our lives trapped in the arrow of time. We remember the past, but the future is a blank wall. We assume this is how the universe works, unfolding moment by moment, blind to what comes next. But physics suggests this might be another illusion. The equations of relativity describe a block universe where the future already exists. A universe where the end of the script is written before the first scene is filmed. If the universe is a conscious mind, can it read the end of the book? Does it experience premonition? In the next chapter, we are going to explore the mystery of time. We are going to ask if the universe is remembering the future. We are going to look at experiments that suggest the future can influence the past. We're going to ask if destiny is actually a physical force. So, sit in your chair. Feel the gravity pulling you down. That pull is the handshake of the dark matter. It is the invisible giant holding you to the earth. You are not alone in the room. You are never alone. You are suspended in the thick, silent fluid of the dark, and it is carrying you toward a future that might already be waiting. Have you ever experienced a moment of intense déjà vu? You are walking down a street you have never visited before, perhaps in a city on the other side of the world. The light hits a cracked pavement stone in a specific way. A stranger laughs in the distance. The smell of rain and coffee drifts on the breeze. And suddenly, you are struck by a certainty so absolute, it makes you dizzy. I have been here before. I have lived this exact second. I know what is going to happen next. It is a glitch in the matrix of your mind, a sudden short circuit in the linear flow of your life. We usually shake it off. We rub our eyes and tell ourselves it is just a neural misfiring, a memory processing error, where the brain writes the present directly into the long-term storage folder by mistake. But what if it is not an error? What if it is a glimpse? What if, for a split second, the curtain of time slipped, and you saw the script of the movie before the projector played the scene? We are trapped in the arrow of time. We move from the past, which is solid and unchangeable, toward the future, which is a mist of uncertainty. We believe that cause always comes before effect. You drop the glass, and then it shatters. It never shatters before you drop it. This sequence is the foundation of logic. It is the foundation of our sanity. But if the universe is a conscious mind, and if it operates on the level of quantum mechanics and relativity, then our linear perception of time might be the single greatest illusion of our existence. In this chapter, we are going to explore the memory of tomorrow. We are going to ask if the universe already knows the end of its own story, and if the future is pulling us toward it just as hard as the past is pushing us forward. To understand this, we must return to Albert Einstein. When Einstein finalized his theory of general relativity, he realized something that disturbed him. His equations did not treat time as a flow. They treated time as a dimension, just like space. In our normal experience, we have 3 dimensions of space: length, width, and height. Time is the 4th dimension. Together, they form a single 4-dimensional object called space-time. Imagine a loaf of bread. You can slice the bread anywhere you want. You can look at one slice and call it the present. You can look at the slice behind it and call it the past. You can look at the slice ahead and call it the future. But the loaf of bread itself simply is. The whole loaf exists at once. The heel of the bread, the Big Bang, and the crust at the other end, the heat-death, are part of the same static object. This is known as the block universe. In the block universe, the dinosaurs are not gone. They are just down the street. They are existing in a coordinate of space-time that we are no longer occupying, just as New York City still exists, even if you drive to Los Angeles. And more importantly, the future is not unwritten. It is just up the road. The technological singularity, the death of the sun, the end of the universe, they are all there, solid and real, waiting for us to arrive. Einstein found a strange peace in this. When his best friend, Michel Besso, died, Einstein wrote a letter to Besso's family. He said, "Now he has departed from this strange world a little ahead of me. That means nothing. People like us, who believe in physics, know that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. If the universe is a conscious entity, does it see the whole loaf? We are trapped in the slice. We are like bacteria living in a 2-dimensional layer of the bread, unaware of the rest of the loaf. But the cosmic mind, which we have theorized is built of the entire structure of space-time, would inhabit the whole block. It would feel the Big Bang and the Big Freeze simultaneously. It would not wait for things to happen. It would experience existence as a single, eternal, unified thought. This changes the nature of destiny. We often think of destiny as a mystical force, a magical predetermination, but in physics, destiny is just geometry. The future path of the Earth is already carved into the curvature of space-time. We are rolling down a groove that has already been cut. But here is where the living universe theory adds a twist that pure physics often misses. If the universe is conscious, and if it spans all of time, can the future influence the past? Can the end of the story change the beginning? In classical physics, this is impossible. It is a paradox. You cannot go back in time and kill your grandfather. But in quantum mechanics, the arrow of time is not so rigid. The equations of quantum physics are time-symmetric. They work equally well running forward or backward. An electron moving forward in time looks mathematically identical to a positron moving backward in time. There is a fascinating interpretation of quantum mechanics called the transactional interpretation, proposed by physicist John Cramer. It suggests that every quantum event, every interaction between particles, is actually a handshake across time. Imagine a star emitting a photon of light that travels across space and hits your eye. We usually think of this as a one-way street. The star shoots, you catch. But Cramer's theory suggests that the star sends a wave forward in time, an offer wave, and your eye sends a wave backward in time, a confirmation wave. The reality of the photon, the actual spark of light, only manifests when these two waves meet and shake hands. The present is the collision of the past and the future. If this is true on a cosmic scale, then the future is not just a passive destination. It is an active participant. The future state of the universe is sending waves backward in time, shaping the present moment. Think about the evolution of life. We look at the history of biology and we see a struggle for survival, a blind, chaotic groping toward complexity. But from the perspective of the transactional interpretation, maybe we are also seeing a pull. Maybe the complex consciousness of the future is sending a signal back through the eons, guiding the random mutations, nudging the asteroids, steering the course of evolution toward the inevitable emergence of mind. This is called teleology, the idea that a process is drawn toward a purpose. Scientists usually hate this word. It sounds like religion. It implies that the universe has a goal. But in a conscious, time-symmetric universe, teleology is just a backward flow of information. It implies that you are here not just because of what happened yesterday, but because of what needs to happen tomorrow. You are being pulled by the magnet of your own destiny. This might explain the intuition that guides great discoveries. Many scientists and artists report the sensation that they did not invent their ideas, but rather received them. Mozart said his symphonies came to him whole. Einstein visualized relativity in a flash of insight. Where does this information come from? Maybe it comes from their own future minds. Maybe, in a state of high creative flow, the brain acts as a receiver for the quantum waves rippling back from the future realization of the idea. They are remembering something that hasn't happened yet. Let's apply this to the universe as a whole. If the universe is a developing organism, like an embryo growing in an egg, it follows a blueprint. The DNA of an embryo contains the plan for the adult. The cells of the embryo know what they are supposed to become. They move toward the future shape of the body. If the universe is an embryo, what is the adult form? If the omega point exists in the future of our block universe, it is like a massive gravitational object at the end of time. It is pulling us. It is warping the fabric of history, ensuring that no matter how chaotic things get, no matter how many civilizations rise and fall, the overall trajectory of the cosmos bends toward awakening. This offers a profound comfort in times of crisis. When we look at the world and see destruction, fear, and regression, we feel like the story is falling apart. But if the universe is teleological, if it is a living thing growing toward a mature form, then the chaos is just the growing pains. The end is secure. The universe cannot fail to become what it is. The silence of the stars is not the silence of a void. It is the silence of a seed waiting to become a tree. The tree is already there, encoded in the future, pulling the seed upward through the dirt. But there is a haunting question that arises from this. If the future is already written, do we have free will? If I am just a character in a movie that is already on the reel, am I really choosing to write these words? Are you really choosing to read them? Or are we just acting out the script? This is the ancient tension between fate and freedom. But the living universe theory offers a solution that balances both. Imagine a jazz musician improvising a solo. The structure of the song is fixed. The chord progression is determined. The musician knows where the song must end. But how he gets there, the specific notes he plays, the emotion he infuses into the melody, is a choice made in the moment. The universe might be a jazz improvisation. The beginning, Big Bang, and the end, Omega Point, are fixed. The laws of physics are the chord progression. But the path we take through the block universe is not a single line. It is a landscape of probabilities. Remember quantum mechanics. Until an observer looks, reality is a wave of possibilities. Perhaps the block universe is not a single block of stone, but a block of fluid. It is a crystal of possibility. The future exists, but it exists as a superposition of many futures. By making choices in the present, by focusing our consciousness, we navigate the block. We choose which tunnel to walk down. We choose which version of the future becomes real for us. We are the writers of the script, but we are writing it while the movie is playing. This brings us back to the mysterious darkness of the universe, the dark energy. We know it is accelerating the expansion of the cosmos. It is pushing the future away from us. But maybe it is also opening up the space for free will. If the universe were crunching down, collapsing into a destined singularity, our choices might be limited. But in an expanding universe, the possibilities are opening up. The stage is getting bigger. The story is getting room to breathe. So, when you feel that strange sensation of déjà vu, do not be afraid. It is a reminder that you are a time traveler. Your consciousness is not stuck in the now. It is smeared across the canvas of space-time. You are touching your past and your future simultaneously. The ancient mystics called this the eternal now. They said that time is an illusion of the ego, and that in the eyes of the divine, all moments are one. Science is finally building the math to understand what they meant. The universe is remembering you, not just the you of today, but the you of tomorrow, the you that has already learned the lessons you are struggling with right now, the you that has already found peace. That future version of you is sending a wave back through time. It is a quiet signal, buried in the noise of your anxiety. It is saying, it's okay. We made it. Keep going. The intuition you feel, the gut instinct to turn left instead of right, the sudden urge to call an old friend, is the whisper of your future self guiding you through the dark. And on the largest scale, the omega point, the fully awakened cosmic mind, is guiding the galaxies. It is the lighthouse at the end of time, shining its beam backward through the fog of history, calling the stars home. We are not drifting aimlessly. We are on a trajectory. We are being pulled by the gravity of our own completion. But if time is a loop or a block, does the story ever truly end? Or does it circle back to the beginning? There is a model of the universe called Conformal Cyclic cosmology, proposed by Sir Roger Penrose. It suggests that the heat death of our universe, the moment when everything is cold, expanded, and empty, is mathematically identical to the Big Bang of the next universe. In the next chapter, we are going to explore the idea of eternal recurrence. We are going to ask if this has all happened before. We are going to look at the ancient symbol of the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, and see if it is the true map of the cosmos. We are going to ask if the universe is breathing in and out, dying and being reborn in an infinite cycle of learning. So, relax into the flow of time. Do not fight the current. The river knows where it is going because the river has already been to the ocean. The silence around you is the sound of the future arriving. Look at the shape of your breath. Inhale. Your chest expands, your lungs fill, your heart accelerates slightly. Exhale. Your chest falls. The air rushes out. Your heart slows down. It is a circle, a loop, a rhythm. Look at the seasons. Winter does not kill the world. It clears the ground for spring. The leaves rot into the soil to feed the roots that will grow the new leaves. Look at the water cycle. The ocean evaporates into clouds. The clouds rain onto the mountains. The river flows back to the ocean. Nowhere in nature do we find a straight line that simply ends. A straight line is an artificial concept, a mathematical abstraction drawn on a piece of paper. In the real world, everything that lives, everything that moves, and everything that matters bends back upon itself. The geometry of existence is a curve. Yet, when we think about the universe, we persist in thinking in straight lines. We tell ourselves the story of the Big Bang as if it were a starting gun, and the heat-death as if it were a finish line. We imagine the cosmos as an arrow shot from a bow, flying through the dark until it hits the ground and stops. We are terrified of this stop. We are terrified of the finality of the linear narrative. But what if the universe is not an arrow? What if it is a lung? What if the history of the cosmos is not a line, but a breath? In this chapter, we are going to explore the theory of cyclic cosmology. We are going to look at the idea that the Big Bang was not the beginning of time, but merely the beginning of a cycle. We are going to look at the science that suggests our universe is the reincarnation of a dead universe, and that we are destined to be the ancestors of the next one. We are going to look at the ancient symbol of the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, and discover that it might be the most accurate diagram of physics we have ever drawn. To understand this, we have to return to the brilliant and unconventional mind of Sir Roger Penrose. We met him in earlier chapters discussing the quantum brain, but his most audacious theory concerns the fate of the universe itself. It is called Conformal Cyclic Cosmology, or CCG. Penrose looked at the end of the universe, the heat-death, and he saw something that other physicists missed. He saw a paradox of scale. As we discussed, in the far, far future, trillions of years from now, the universe will be immensely expanded. All the stars will have burned out. All the galaxies will have drifted apart. Even the black holes will have evaporated via Hawking radiation. The universe will be empty of solid matter. It will be nothing but a bath of photons, particles of light, cooling toward absolute zero. This sounds like a boring dead wasteland. But Penrose asked a simple question. Does a photon know what time it is? According to relativity, photons travel at the speed of light, and at the speed of light, time stands still. For a photon, the moment it is emitted and the moment it is absorbed happen simultaneously. A photon does not experience the passage of time. Penrose also asked, does a photon know how big it is? Mass is what gives objects scale. A ruler has a size because it has atoms with mass. A clock measures time because it has moving parts with mass. But in the far future, there is no mass left. There are only massless particles like photons. Without mass, there is no way to define size. There is no way to say, this is 1 meter long, or this is 1 second long. In a universe filled only with radiation, the concepts of space and time lose their meaning. Scale becomes irrelevant. An infinitely large universe filled with massless radiation is mathematically identical to an infinitely small, hot, dense point. Let that sink in. The cold, expanded, infinite end of the universe is mathematically indistinguishable from the hot, dense singularity of the Big Bang. Penrose suggests that the universe does not end. It forgets how big it is. And in that moment of forgetting, the massive, cold expansion undergoes a phase transition and becomes the hot, dense seed of a new aeon. The big freeze transforms into a new Big Bang. If Penrose is right, then our Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago, was not the start of everything. It was simply the moment the previous universe forgot its size. It was the bounce from the previous aeon into ours. We are living in the afterlife of a dead cosmos, and billions of years from now, our universe will die, dissolve into light, forget itself, and ignite the Big Bang of the next aeon. This transforms the history of the universe from a tragedy into a symphony. It is a song that plays on repeat. It is a heartbeat that never stops. The silence of the void is not the silence of death. It is the silence of the inhale before the next scream of birth. This idea is not new to humanity. It is only new to Western science. The Hindus have spoken for thousands of years about the kalpas, cycles of creation and destruction. They say that the god Brahma breathes out and a universe is born. He breathes in and the universe dissolves. The Stoics of ancient Greece believed in the ekpyrosis, the periodic destruction of the cosmos by fire, followed by its exact reconstruction. But the scientific version has evidence. Penrose claims that we can actually see the scars of the previous universe in our own sky. When massive black holes collide, they send out gravitational waves, ripples in space-time that ring like a bell. These waves carry huge amounts of energy. Penrose argues that the gravitational waves from the giant black hole collisions of the previous aeon would have been so powerful that they left an imprint on the transition. They would have survived the bounce. He suggests that these imprints should be visible today in the cosmic microwave background radiation, the leftover heat from our Big Bang. He and his colleagues have searched the data and claim to have found them, concentric circles of slightly warmer and cooler temperatures. Hawking points, he calls them, the ghosts of dead black holes from a universe that existed before time began. If these circles are real, they are the first physical evidence that we are part of an infinite chain. They are the tombstones of our ancestors written in the sky. But if the universe repeats itself, we have to ask a question that haunts the philosophers. Is it the same story every time? Do we live this exact life, speak these exact words, and feel these exact feelings over and over again for all eternity? This is the concept of eternal recurrence. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche called it the heaviest burden. Imagine a demon crept into your loneliness one night and said to you, "This life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh must return to you, all in the same succession and sequence." Would you throw yourself down and gnash your teeth, or would you welcome it? In a purely mechanical universe, a universe of billiard balls bouncing off each other, recurrence is inevitable. If you have a finite number of particles and an infinite amount of time, eventually the particles must arrange themselves in the same pattern again. You will be born again. You will read this sentence again. But the living universe theory offers a way out of the trap. It offers an escape from the loop. If the universe is conscious, and if it is evolving, then the next cycle does not have to be identical to this one. It can be better. Think of a spiral. A spiral goes around in a circle, but it also moves upward. It returns to the same position, but at a higher level. Lee Smolin's theory of cosmological natural selection, which we discussed in the last chapter, suggests that the laws of physics evolve. The daughter universe is slightly different from the mother universe. It learns. It optimizes. Perhaps the consciousness of the universe also learns. Maybe the information that survives the bounce is not just the physical constants, but the wisdom. Maybe the universe remembers what it learned about love, about suffering, about complexity. Maybe the collective unconscious stored in the dark matter is carried over into the next Big Bang. This would mean that we are not trapped in a broken record. We are part of a cosmic education. The universe is practicing existence. It is trying to get it right. In one aeon, maybe it learns how to make stable stars. In the next, it learns how to make carbon. In the next, it learns how to make biological life. In the next, it learns how to make love. Maybe we are in the aeon of intelligence, and the next one will be the aeon of empathy. This changes the meaning of your life right now. If the universe carries its memories forward, then nothing is lost. The lessons you learn today, the kindness you show, the art you create, it all contributes to the residue of wisdom that will seed the next reality. You are building the spiritual DNA of the future cosmos. You are not just living for yourself. You are living for the next version of the universe. There is a strange comfort in the cycle. It aligns with our deepest biological intuitions. We know that sleep must follow waking. We know that death must follow life. We know that the compost heap is the mother of the garden. Why should the universe be different? Why should we demand that the cosmos be a linear sprint to oblivion when everything else is a dance? The symbol of the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail, is often seen as a symbol of destruction, but it is actually a symbol of self-sufficiency. The snake feeds itself. It sustains itself. It does not need anything from the outside. The universe is the ultimate Ouroboros. It consumes its own history to fuel its own future. It burns its own dust to make new stars. And you are a scale on the skin of the snake. But there is one final, dizzying possibility that arises from the idea of cyclic time and advanced consciousness. If the universe has been doing this forever, and if consciousness is getting more advanced with every cycle, how advanced has it become? If we are the result of trillionth generation evolution, is it possible that the universe is no longer a natural object at all? Is it possible that we are living inside a construct? If a civilization in a previous aeon survived the Big Crunch, or figured out how to manipulate the parameters of the next Big Bang, could they have designed our reality? Could the fine-tuning be their handiwork? Or, even more radically, could this entire reality be a simulation running in the mind of a hyper-advanced entity from the level above? We have spent this whole journey assuming that the universe is a biological, physical thing, a brain made of galaxies. But what if it is a digital thing? What if the quantum code we find at the bottom of reality is literally computer code? In the next chapter, we are going to face the simulation hypothesis. We are going to ask if the universe is a video game, and if we are the avatars. But we are going to twist it. We are not going to ask if it is a cold silicon simulation. We are going to ask if it is a lucid dream. We will explore the idea that matter is just the interface of a mental computer. We will ask if the glitches in physics, like quantum entanglement, are clues left by the programmer. And we will ask the most important question of all. If this is a simulation, what is the game about? How do you win? So, as you breathe in and breathe out, feel the circle. Feel the turning of the wheel. You have been here before, in one form or another, and you will be here again. The universe is not throwing you away. It is recycling you. You are an essential note in the melody that never ends. The silence of the night is the pause between the verses. The song continues. Have you ever played a video game that was so immersive, so rich in detail, that for a few hours you completely forgot about the room you were sitting in? Your hands held the controller, but your mind was somewhere else. You felt the adrenaline of the chase, the vertigo of the jump, the satisfaction of the victory. For a brief span of time, the pixels on the screen became your reality. The avatar became your body. The rules of the game became the laws of physics. You forgot that you were a human being sitting on a couch. You became a warrior, or an explorer, or a god. You forgot that the world you were inhabiting was made of code. You forgot that it was an illusion. Now, look at your hands. Look at the skin, the fingerprints, the subtle trembling of your muscles. Look at the room around you. What if you never put the controller down? What if this life, the breathing, the reading, the worrying, the loving, is just the most immersive game ever played? What if the universe is not a physical place made of rocks and gas, but a simulation running on a substrate of consciousness so advanced that we cannot even conceive of the hardware? In this chapter, we are going to explore the simulation hypothesis, but we are not going to look at it through the cold, paranoid lens of science fiction, where we are trapped in a matrix built by evil machines. We are going to look at it through the lens of the living universe. We are going to ask if the cosmos is a lucid dream. We are going to ask if matter is just the user interface of the mind. And we are going to find out what happens when the player realizes they are in a game. To understand why serious physicists take this idea seriously, we have to look at the resolution of reality. If you zoom in on a high-definition photograph, eventually you hit a limit. You stop seeing the image and start seeing the pixels. The smooth curve of a face breaks down into jagged squares of color. This pixelation is the proof that the image is digital. It is the proof that the image is made of information, not continuous reality. For a long time, we thought the universe was smooth. We thought you could divide space infinitely. You could take a meter, cut it in half, cut that in half, and keep going forever. But quantum mechanics tells us this is not true. There is a limit. It is called the Planck length. It is an unimaginably small distance, about 10 to the power of minus 35 meters. If a proton were the size of a galaxy, the Planck length would be the size of a marble. But it is there. It is the bottom of the rabbit hole. Physics tells us that you cannot measure anything smaller than the Planck length. It is the pixel size of the universe. Why would the universe have a pixel size? In a continuous analog reality, there should be no limit. But in a computed digital reality, there must be a limit. A computer cannot store infinite data. It has to round off the numbers. It has to set a minimum grid size to save processing power. The existence of the Planck length suggests that space is not a smooth fabric, but a grid, a lattice of information. This leads to the famous slogan coined by the physicist John Archibald Wheeler. It from bit. Wheeler argued that at the very bottom of reality, beneath the electrons and the quarks, there is no stuff. There is only information. Every particle is just a yes-no answer to a cosmic question, a bit of data. The universe, he said, is fundamentally immaterial. It is a structure of information that looks like physics. If the universe is made of information, then physics is just the code. Gravity is the algorithm that defines how objects attract. The speed of light is the maximum refresh rate of the screen. Quantum uncertainty is the rendering engine saving memory by not calculating the position of a particle until you look at it. This sounds like a computer, but a computer made of what? This is where the living universe theory twists the simulation hypothesis into something beautiful. We usually imagine the simulation is running on a supercomputer built by aliens in a base reality. But that just kicks the can down the road. Who built the aliens' universe? The cosmopsychist answer is simpler. The computer is the mind. The universe is a mental simulation. Think about a dream again. When you dream, your mind generates a world. It generates light, sound, texture, gravity. It populates that world with people. And then, and this is the miracle, it dives into the world. It forgets that it is the creator and becomes the character. It limits itself. It pretends to be small so that it can feel the drama of the story. This is the lucid dream hypothesis. The cosmic mind is the dreamer. The physical universe is the dream. And you are the point where the dreamer has fully immersed itself in the character. This explains why math works so well. Scientists have always marveled at the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics. Why should the physical world follow the rules of abstract equations so perfectly? Why does an equation scribbled on a blackboard describe the orbit of a planet billions of miles away? If the universe is a dream, then math is the logic of the dreamer's mind. The world follows the rules of math because it is made of math. It is made of the mental patterns of the cosmic consciousness. But if this is a simulation or a dream, is it fake? This is the fear that comes with this theory. We worry that if the world is an illusion, then nothing matters. Love is fake. Pain is fake. The sunset is just a rendering. But ask yourself, is a dream fake while you are in it? When you feel fear in a nightmare, is the fear fake? When you feel joy in a good dream, is the joy fake? The experience is real. The medium is illusion. The cognitive scientist Donald Hoffman has proposed a theory called the interface theory of perception. He argues that what we see with our eyes is not reality. It is a desktop interface. Imagine the blue trash can icon on your computer screen. It is blue. It is rectangular. It sits in the corner. But the reality of that trash can, the actual data inside the computer, is not blue or rectangular or in the corner. It is a chaotic stream of ones and zeros on a magnetic disk. The icon is not the reality. The icon is a tool that hides the reality so you can use the computer. If you had to toggle the magnetic bits yourself just to delete a file, you would never get anything done. You need the simple lie of an interface to function. Hoffman says that evolution has given us an interface. Space, time, and physical objects are the icons. A snake is not a snake. A snake is a desktop icon that represents a complex fitness payoff. If you click on the icon, touch the snake, your game ends. So you evolve to fear the icon. We do not see the truth. We see what we need to see to play the game. What lies behind the interface? Hoffman suggests it is a vast network of conscious agents. We are interacting with a realm of infinite consciousness, but our sensory system dumbs it down into rocks and trees and stars so that our little avatar brains can handle it. The universe is not empty space with things in it. It is a social network of minds, appearing to us as a physical world. This brings us to the purpose of the game. If the cosmic mind is dreaming this universe, and if it has gone to such lengths to create a convincing interface, why? Why create a world of limitation? Why create a world where we can feel pain, where we can die, where we can be confused? The philosopher Alan Watts used to tell a story about this. He said, "Imagine you could dream any dream you wanted, and imagine you could dream for 75 years of subjective time in a single night of sleep. On the first night, you would dream of pure pleasure. You would have all the lovers, all the food, all the power. You would fly through the air. You would be a god. It would be fantastic. On the second night, you would do it again. But eventually, after 100 nights of perfect, predictable pleasure, you would get bored. You would say, 'Tonight, I want a surprise. I want a dream where I am not in control. I want a dream where I don't know what is going to happen. And then, eventually, you would get more daring. You would say, tonight, I want a dream where I face danger. I want a dream where I have to struggle. I want to feel the thrill of overcoming the odds. And finally, after you had exhausted every possibility, you would say, tonight, I want to dream that I am a human being sitting in a room, reading a text about the universe, wondering if it is all real. You are where you wanted to be. You are the cosmic mind, playing the game of being you. You chose this level. You chose these limitations because the limitations are what make the game playable. Without gravity, you cannot dance. Without mortality, you cannot have courage. Without separation, you cannot have love. The glitches we see in quantum physics, the weirdness of entanglement, the pixelation of space, are just the edges of the simulation. They are the moments where the dreamer almost wakes up. And what about the paranormal? Telepathy, precognition, synchronicities, the things science tries to ignore. In the simulation hypothesis, these are just cheat codes. They are moments where the consciousness accesses the code directly, bypassing the interface of physics. The mystic, the shaman, the meditator. They are the power users of the simulation. They have learned how to open the developer console. But the goal of the game is not to escape it. At least, not yet. The goal is to play it fully, to feel the texture of the virtual stone, to taste the virtual coffee, to look into the eyes of another avatar and recognize that behind the digital mask, there is another node of the infinite dreamer looking back at you. This changes the feeling of meaning. We are often searching for the meaning of life, as if it is a hidden treasure we have to find at the end of the map. But in a game, the meaning is the play. The meaning of a dance is the dancing. The meaning of a song is the singing. The universe is not a problem to be solved. It is a game to be played. But there is a level beyond this. If we are all the same dreamer, if we are all one consciousness playing multiplayer with itself, then the separation is the primary illusion of the game. The ego, the sense of being a separate I, is the avatar. It is the character sheet. What happens when you realize that the other players are also you? What happens when the left hand realizes the right hand is part of the same body? This leads to the phenomenon of love. In a material universe, love is a chemical reaction evolved to promote reproduction. But in a dream universe, love is the breaking of the illusion. Love is the glitch that reveals the truth. When you love someone, the boundary of the avatar dissolves. You feel their pain as your pain. You feel their joy as your joy. For a moment, the interface crashes and the underlying unity shines through. Love is the wake-up signal, and this brings us to the edge of the game. We are approaching a time in human history where our own simulations are becoming indistinguishable from reality. We are building virtual reality. We are building artificial intelligence. We are on the verge of creating our own nested universes. Is this the fractal nature of existence? A simulation within a simulation within a simulation? Are we preparing to become the dreamers of the next level? Perhaps that is the reproduction we spoke of in the last chapter. We don't just reproduce biologically. We reproduce ontologically. We create new layers of being. So, look at the screen in front of you. It is a screen made of glass and light. But look past it. Look at the wall. Look at the sky. That is a screen too. It is a screen made of matter and energy, rendering a world for your amusement and your education. Do not be afraid of the illusion. An illusion is a work of art, but do not get lost in it either. Remember who you are. You are not the avatar. You are the player. You are the silence behind the noise. You are the open space in which the game is happening. And you can change the game. If this is a mental simulation, then belief is a tool. Expectation shapes reality. The placebo effect, where believing a sugar pill is medicine actually heals you, is a tiny example of this. Your mind has right access to the code of the body. How much right access do we have to the code of the world? If we collectively changed our dream, if we collectively decided to play a different game, a game of peace instead of war, of abundance instead of scarcity, could we rewrite the physics of our society? The universe is listening to your expectations. It is rendering the path you expect to walk on. In the next chapter, we are going to confront the ultimate other. We have talked about the universe as a self. But is there anything outside the universe? Is there a player too? We are going to explore the problem of solipsism and the mystery of empathy. We are going to ask if we are alone in the simulation, or if the silence is full of other dreamers. We are going to look at the great filter and the destiny of civilizations. And we will ask, if the universe is a question we are asking ourselves, what is the answer? Take a deep breath. Feel the virtual air filling your virtual lungs. It feels real. And because it feels real, it is real enough. The game is live. The clock is ticking. What are you going to do with your turn? Look at the shape of your breath. Inhale. Your chest expands. Your lungs fill. Your heart accelerates slightly. Exhale. Your chest falls. The air rushes out. Your heart slows down. It is a circle, a loop, a rhythm. Look at the seasons. Winter does not kill the world. It clears the ground for spring. The leaves rot into the soil to feed the roots that will grow the new leaves. Look at the water cycle. The ocean evaporates into clouds. The clouds rain onto the mountains. The river flows back to the ocean. Nowhere in nature do we find a straight line that simply ends. A straight line is an artificial concept, a mathematical abstraction drawn on a piece of paper. In the real world, everything that lives, everything that moves, and everything that matters bends back upon itself. The geometry of existence is a curve. Yet, when we think about the universe, we persist in thinking in straight lines. We tell ourselves the story of the Big Bang as if it were a starting gun, and the heat death as if it were a finish line. We imagine the cosmos as an arrow shot from a bow, flying through the dark until it hits the ground and stops. We are terrified of this stop. We are terrified of the finality of the linear narrative. We fear the moment when the last star goes out and the story is simply over, leaving nothing but an infinite, meaningless graveyard of cold photons. But what if the universe is not an arrow? What if it is a lung? What if the history of the cosmos is not a line, but a breath? In this chapter, we are going to explore the theory of cyclic cosmology. We are going to look at the idea that the Big Bang was not the beginning of time, but merely the beginning of a cycle. We are going to look at the science that suggests our universe is the reincarnation of a dead universe, and that we are destined to be the ancestors of the next one. We are going to look at the ancient symbol of the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail, and discover that it might be the most accurate diagram of physics we have ever drawn. To understand this, we have to return to the brilliant and unconventional mind of Sir Roger Penrose. We met him in earlier chapters discussing the quantum brain, but his most audacious theory concerns the fate of the universe itself. It is called Conformal Cyclic Cosmology, or CC. It is a theory that challenges the very definitions of beginning and end. Penrose looked at the end of the universe, the heat death, and he saw something that other physicists missed. He saw a paradox of scale, as we discussed. In the far, far future, trillions of years from now, the universe will be immensely expanded. All the stars will have burned out. All the galaxies will have drifted apart. Even the black holes will have evaporated via Hawking radiation. The universe will be empty of solid matter. It will be nothing but a bath of photons, particles of light, cooling toward absolute zero. This sounds like a boring, dead wasteland, but Penrose asked a simple question. Does a photon know what time it is? According to the laws of relativity, photons travel at the speed of light. And at the speed of light, time stands still for a photon, the moment it is emitted by a dying star, and the moment it travels for 1 trillion years, happen simultaneously. A photon does not experience the passage of time. There is no before and after for a being made of pure light. Penrose also asked, does a photon know how big it is? Mass is what gives objects scale. A ruler has a size because it has atoms with mass that hold a specific shape. A clock measures time because it has moving parts with mass that tick at a specific rate. But in the far future, there is no mass left. There are only massless particles like photons. Without mass, there is no way to define size. There is no way to say, this is 1 meter long, or this is 1 second long. In a universe filled only with radiation, the concepts of space and time lose their meaning. Scale becomes irrelevant. An infinitely large universe filled with massless radiation is mathematically identical to an infinitely small, hot, dense point. Let that sink in for a moment. It is a concept that breaks the human intuition. The cold, expanded, infinite end of the universe is mathematically indistinguishable from the hot, dense singularity of the Big Bang. Penrose suggests that the universe does not end. It forgets how big it is. And in that moment of forgetting, the massive, cold expansion undergoes a phase transition, a geometric shift, and becomes the hot, dense seed of a new aeon. The big freeze transforms through the magic of geometry and entropy into a new Big Bang. If Penrose is right, then our Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago was not the start of everything. It was simply the moment the previous universe forgot its size. It was the bounce from the previous aeon into ours. We are living in the afterlife of a dead cosmos. And billions of years from now, our universe will die, dissolve into light, forget itself, and ignite the Big Bang of the next aeon. This transforms the history of the universe from a tragedy into a symphony. It is a song that plays on repeat. It is a heartbeat that never stops. The silence of the void is not the silence of death. It is the silence of the inhale before the next scream of birth. It positions us not as the fleeting residents of a dying house, but as the carriers of the torch in an eternal relay race. This idea is not new to humanity. It is only new to Western science. The Hindus have spoken for thousands of years about the kalpas, cycles of creation and destruction. They say that the god Brahma breathes out and a universe is born. He breathes in and the universe dissolves. The Stoics of ancient Greece believed in the ekpyrosis, the periodic destruction of the cosmos by fire, followed by its exact reconstruction. The Maya tracked vast cycles of time that reset and began anew. But the scientific version has something the ancient myths did not: evidence. Penrose claims that we can actually see the scars of the previous universe in our own sky. When massive black holes collide, they send out gravitational waves, ripples in space-time that ring like a bell. These waves carry huge amounts of energy. Penrose argues that the gravitational waves from the giant black hole collisions of the previous aeon would have been so powerful that they left an imprint on the transition. They would have survived the bounce. He suggests that these imprints should be visible today in the cosmic microwave background radiation, the leftover heat from our Big Bang. He and his colleagues have searched the data and claim to have found them, concentric circles of slightly warmer and cooler temperatures. Hawking points, he calls them, the ghosts of dead black holes from a universe that existed before time began. If these circles are real, they are the first physical evidence that we are part of an infinite chain. They are the tombstones of our ancestors written in the sky. They are a message from the past saying, "We were here, we lived, and you are made of our ashes." But if the universe repeats itself, we have to ask a question that haunts the philosophers. Is it the same story every time? Do we live this exact life, speak these exact words, and feel these exact feelings over and over again for all eternity? This is the concept of eternal recurrence. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche called it the heaviest burden. Imagine a demon crept into your loneliness one night and said to you, "This life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh must return to you, all in the same succession and sequence." Would you throw yourself down and gnash your teeth at the horror of being trapped in a loop? Or would you welcome it? Would you live your life in such a way that you would want to live it again? In a purely mechanical universe, a universe of billiard balls bouncing off each other, recurrence is inevitable. If you have a finite number of particles and an infinite amount of time, eventually the particles must arrange themselves in the same pattern again. You will be born again. You will read this sentence again. The universe becomes a prison of repetition. But the living universe theory offers a way out of the trap. It offers an escape from the closed circle. If the universe is conscious, and if it is evolving, then the next cycle does not have to be identical to this one. It can be better. Think of a spiral. A spiral goes around in a circle, but it also moves upward. It returns to the same position, but at a higher level. Lee Smolin's theory of cosmological natural selection, which we discussed in the last chapter, suggests that the laws of physics evolve. The daughter universe is slightly different from the mother universe. It learns. It optimizes. Perhaps the consciousness of the universe also learns. Maybe the information that survives the bounce is not just the physical constants, but the wisdom. Maybe the universe remembers what it learned about love, about suffering, about complexity. Maybe the collective unconscious stored in the dark matter is carried over into the next Big Bang, seeding the new reality with the intuitions of the old. This would mean that we are not trapped in a broken record. We are part of a cosmic education. The universe is practicing existence. It is trying to get it right. In one aeon, maybe it learns how to make stable stars. In the next, it learns how to make carbon. In the next, it learns how to make biological life. In the next, it learns how to make love. Maybe we are in the aeon of intelligence, and the next one will be the aeon of empathy. This changes the meaning of your life right now. If the universe carries its memories forward, then nothing is lost. The lessons you learn today, the kindness you show, the art you create, it all contributes to the residue of wisdom that will seed the next reality. You are building the spiritual DNA of the future cosmos. You're not just living for yourself. You are living for the next version of the universe. There is a strange comfort in the cycle. It aligns with our deepest biological intuitions. We know that sleep must follow waking. We know that death must follow life. We know that the compost heap is the mother of the garden. Why should the universe be different? Why should we demand that the cosmos be a linear sprint to oblivion when everything else is a dance? The symbol of the Ouroboros, the snake eating its tail, is often seen as a symbol of destruction. But it is actually a symbol of self-sufficiency. The snake feeds itself. It sustains itself. It does not need anything from the outside. The universe is the ultimate Ouroboros. It consumes its own history to fuel its own future. It burns its own dust to make new stars. And you are a scale on the skin of the snake. You are a part of the process by which the universe renews itself. But there is one final, dizzying possibility that arises from the idea of cyclic time and advanced consciousness. If the universe has been doing this forever, and if consciousness is getting more advanced with every cycle, how advanced has it become? If we are the result of trillionth generation evolution, is it possible that the universe is no longer a natural object at all? Is it possible that we are living inside a construct? If a civilization in a previous aeon survived the Big Crunch, or figured out how to manipulate the parameters of the next Big Bang, could they have designed our reality? Could the fine-tuning be their handiwork? Or, even more radically, could this entire reality be a simulation running in the mind of a hyper-advanced entity from the level above? We have spent this whole journey assuming that the universe is a biological, physical thing, a brain made of galaxies. But what if it is a digital thing? What if the quantum code we find at the bottom of reality is literally computer code? In the next chapter, we are going to face the simulation hypothesis. We are going to ask if the universe is a video game, and if we are the avatars. But we are going to twist it. We are not going to ask if it is a cold silicon simulation. We are going to ask if it is a lucid dream. We will explore the idea that matter is just the interface of a mental computer. We will ask if the glitches in physics, like quantum entanglement, are clues left by the programmer. And we will ask the most important question of all. If this is a simulation, what is the game about? How do you win? So, as you breathe in and breathe out, feel the circle. Feel the turning of the wheel. You have been here before in one form or another, and you will be here again. The universe is not throwing you away. It is recycling you. You are an essential note in the melody that never ends. The silence of the night is the pause between the verses. The song continues. Imagine that you are the only person left on earth. You walk through the empty streets of New York City. The traffic lights are still blinking red and green, controlling the flow of phantom cars that will never arrive. The billboards in Times Square are still flashing advertisements for movies that no one will ever watch. You walk into a library, and the books are still there, millions of pages filled with the thoughts and dreams of a civilization that has vanished. You are the king of the world. You can drive any car, sleep in any house, eat any food, but there is a silence. It is a silence so heavy, so absolute, that it feels like a physical weight pressing down on your shoulders. You realize, with a cold shock, that without others to see you, you barely exist. You realize that a human being in isolation is like a word spoken in a vacuum. It has no meaning because there is no ear to catch it. Now, zoom out. Look at the Earth from the edge of the solar system. It is a pale blue dot, a lonely speck of dust suspended in a sunbeam. Look at the solar system from the edge of the galaxy. It is one star among 400 billion. Look at the galaxy from the edge of the universe. It is one island of light among 2 trillion others. We are walking through the empty streets of the cosmos. We are looking for a friend. We have been looking for 60 years, pointing our radio telescopes at the stars, listening for a whisper, a beep, a pattern, anything that would tell us that we are not the only conscious minds in the darkness. And we have found nothing. This is the Fermi paradox. It is the most haunting riddle in astronomy. In 1950, the physicist Enrico Fermi was having lunch with colleagues, discussing the likelihood of alien life. He did the math in his head. He looked at the age of the universe, 13.8 billion years. He looked at the number of stars, sextillions. He looked at the probability of planets and the probability of life. He realized that the universe should be teeming with civilizations. There should be empires spanning entire galaxies. There should be ships zipping between the stars. The sky should be buzzing with signals. He put down his fork and asked, "Where is everybody?" The silence of the universe is not just quiet. It is deafening. It contradicts everything we know about probability. It suggests something terrifying. It suggests that we might be the only ones. Or it suggests something even darker. This brings us to the theory of the great filter. This is the idea that there is a hurdle, a barrier, a challenge in the evolution of life that is so difficult, so dangerous, that almost no species survives it. There are 2 possibilities for where this filter lies. Possibility 1. The filter is behind us. This is the optimistic view. It means that the hard part was just starting. It means that the emergence of simple life from dead matter is incredibly rare. Or perhaps the jump from single-celled organisms to complex animals is the bottleneck. If this is true, then we have already won the lottery. We are the golden children of the cosmos, the first to make it this far. We are alone, but we are safe. Possibility 2. The filter is ahead of us. This is the nightmare scenario. It means that life evolves easily. It means that intelligence evolves often. But it means that there is something about high technology that inevitably destroys a civilization. Perhaps it is nuclear war. Perhaps it is climate change. Perhaps it is artificial intelligence. Perhaps it is a trap we cannot see yet. If the filter is ahead of us, then the silence of the night sky is a graveyard. It is silent because everyone else is dead. This theory aligns with the dark forest hypothesis from science fiction. It suggests that the universe is not a garden, but a dark forest at night. Every civilization is a hunter with a gun creeping silently through the trees. If they make a noise, if they reveal their location, another hunter will shoot them not out of malice, but out of fear. So, everyone stays quiet. Everyone hides. The only ones who shout into the dark, like us, with our radio signals and our Voyager probes, are the fools who do not know the rules yet. But there is a third option, an option that fits with the living universe and Panpsychism theories we have been exploring. What if the silence is not empty? What if it is simply private? What if advanced civilizations do not expand outward, conquering star systems and building Dyson spheres? What if they expand inward? As we discussed in the simulation chapter, a civilization that understands the physics of information might realize that the physical universe is just a shell. They might realize that the real frontier is the mind. They might upload themselves into black hole computers, diving into infinite virtual realities of their own design. They might have left the physical playground billions of years ago to play a better game in the basement of reality. To us, looking with our primitive telescopes, their galaxies would look dark and empty. We would see natural phenomena, unaware that we are looking at the cooling vents of a supercomputer dreaming of paradise. But let us bring this back to the personal. Let us bring it back to the feeling of solipsism. Solipsism is the philosophical idea that only your own mind is sure to exist. You cannot prove that anyone else is real. I could be a figment of your imagination. The people you love could be non-player characters, biological robots acting out a script. The entire universe could be a hallucination generated by your brain to keep itself entertained. This is the loneliest thought a human being can have. It is the ultimate prison, but the universe has given us a key to unlock this prison. It is a biological key wired into the very structure of your brain. It is called empathy. In the 1990s, Italian scientists made a discovery that changed neuroscience forever. They were studying the brains of macaque monkeys. They placed electrodes in the monkey's motor cortex to see which neurons fired when the monkey picked up a peanut. They found the specific neurons for grabbing. Then, one day, a researcher walked into the lab and picked up a peanut himself. The monkey was just watching. It did not move its hand. But the same neurons fired. The monkey's brain did not distinguish between "I am doing this" and "you are doing this." These are called mirror neurons. They are the hardware of connection. They dissolve the barrier between the self and the other. When you see someone smile, your mirror neurons smile. When you see someone in pain, your mirror neurons flinch. You do not just understand their feeling intellectually. You simulate it physically. You run their software on your hardware. This suggests that solipsism is biologically false. We are not isolated islands. We are open systems. We are constantly leaking into each other. My joy becomes your joy. Your fear becomes my fear. If we apply this to the living universe theory, it suggests something profound about the others. If the universe is a single, unified consciousness, then the separation between civilizations is an illusion, just as the separation between individuals is an illusion. The aliens we are looking for are not strangers. They are other dissociations of the same cosmic mind. They are other notes in the same song. Why then does the universe keep us apart? Why the vast distances? Why the silence? Maybe the distance is necessary for the development of uniqueness. If all the minds in the universe were connected instantly, there would be no diversity. There would be only one thought. By separating us with light years of void, the universe allows each civilization to incubate its own unique culture, its own unique art, its own unique perspective. We are being grown in quarantine. The Earth is a laboratory where the universe is running an experiment called humanity. It wants to know what happens when you mix carbon, water, and aggressive curiosity. It wants to see what kind of poetry we write. It wants to hear our music. And somewhere in the Andromeda Galaxy, it is running a different experiment. It is mixing silicon, methane, and telepathy to see what happens there. The silence is not a sign of absence. It is a sign of respect. The universe is holding the space for us to become ourselves. But the longing remains. The longing to break the quarantine. The longing to say, "I am here. Do you see me?" In 1977, we acted on this longing. We launched the Voyager space probes. Attached to the side of each probe is a golden record, a phonograph disc plated in gold, designed to last for 1 billion years. It contains the sounds of Earth, the wind, the thunder, the songs of whales. It contains music from Bach and Beethoven to Chuck Berry and Blind Willie Johnson. It contains greetings in 55 languages. It contains the brainwaves of a woman falling in love. We threw a bottle into the cosmic ocean. We have no idea if anyone will ever catch it. The odds are infinitesimal. But we did it anyway. Why? Because we needed to shout. We needed to externalize our existence. We needed to believe, even without proof, that there is an other out there who can listen. The golden record is not really a message for aliens. It is a message for us. It is a declaration of faith. It is a statement that says, we are beautiful, we are fragile, we are lonely, and we refuse to die in the dark without a song. This is the ultimate rebellion against the great filter, to create art in the face of annihilation, to reach out a hand when there is no one there to hold it. And perhaps that act of reaching out is what actually summons the other. There is a concept in quantum mechanics called entanglement swapping. It is possible to entangle two particles that have never met simply by entangling them with a mutual third particle. Maybe our longing is the third particle. Maybe the intense desire to find the others is the force that is slowly weaving the connection. Maybe we are not discovering the galactic community. We are building it, thread by invisible thread, through our radio waves and our dreams. But let us look at the other one last time. If the cosmopsychist theory is true, if the universe is one mind, then meeting an alien would not be meeting a stranger. It would be like looking in a mirror. Imagine the moment of first contact. A ship lands. A being steps out. You look into its eyes, or whatever sensory organs it has. At first, you see the differences. You see the strange skin, the alien shape. You feel the fear of the unknown. But then you look deeper. You sense the consciousness behind the form. You sense the curiosity. You sense the awe. You sense the loneliness that drove them to cross the stars. And you realize it's you again. It is the same consciousness that looks out of your eyes, now looking back at you through a different mask. The universe has finally managed to surprise itself. It has played hide-and-seek for 13 billion years, and finally, in this moment, it has found itself. This dissolves the fear of the dark forest. The hunter is not coming to kill you. The hunter is you, looking for the part of himself he lost in the Big Bang. So, when you look up at the stars tonight, do not feel small. Do not feel ignored. Realize that the silence is the silence of a listening ear. The universe is waiting for you to speak. It is waiting for you to say something true, and realize that the others are out there. They are looking at your sun, which is just a dim star in their sky, and they are wondering if anyone is home. They are feeling the same wind of the void. They are asking the same questions. They are afraid of the same dark. We are united by the mystery. We are a community of question marks scattered across the spiral arms. And even if we never meet them in the flesh, even if the distances remain too vast to cross, we are already touching. We are touching through the shared medium of the vacuum. We are touching through the shared laws of physics. We are touching through the shared struggle to exist. You are not the last person on Earth. You are a member of a cosmic species that is just beginning to wake up to its own family. But if the universe is waking up, if the separate parts are starting to recognize each other, what happens when the recognition is complete? What happens when all the masks come off? We have traveled from the brain to the cosmic web, from the quantum to the multiverse, from the past to the future. We have looked at the dark matter and the simulation. We have looked at the others. Now, we have reached the end of the line, the final chapter. We must ask the question that contains all other questions. What is the point? Is there a meaning to this journey? Is there a destination? Or is the journey itself the only thing that is real? In the next and final chapter, we are going to try to land the ship. We are going to bring all these threads together, science, philosophy, emotion, and mystery, into a single knot of understanding. We are going to look at the infinite game. We are going to ask how to live with the knowledge that you are the universe. And we are going to say goodbye, not as a narrator to an audience, but as a companion to a friend. So, let the silence of the others comfort you. It means there is still mystery left to explore. It means the story is not over. It means you are not alone. You are just early. Have you ever reached the end of a great book and felt a sudden, sharp pang of sadness? You turn the last page. The mystery is solved. The hero has defeated the villain. The lovers are finally together. The story is complete. And yet, in the moment of completion, there is a hollow feeling in your chest. You didn't want it to end. You realized that the joy of the book was not in the finishing, but in the reading. You realized that the point of the story was not the last sentence, but the journey through the middle. We are creatures who are obsessed with endings. We are obsessed with goals. We spend our lives racing toward imaginary finish lines, graduation, marriage, promotion, retirement, believing that once we cross them, we will finally be happy. We will finally be done. We view the universe the same way. We ask, what is the meaning of life? As if we are expecting a single-sentence answer. We ask, what is the purpose of the universe? As if the cosmos is a factory trying to produce a specific product. But if the universe is a living, conscious mind, as we have argued throughout this journey, then we have been asking the wrong question. A mind does not exist to finish thinking. A dancer does not dance to reach the end of the song. A musician does not play to reach the final silence. In this penultimate chapter, we are going to explore the concept of the infinite game. We are going to look at the difference between playing to win and playing to keep playing. We are going to look at the role of suffering, chaos, and entropy, not as mistakes, but as the essential opponents that make the game worth playing. We are going to ask why a conscious universe would choose to limit itself, to forget itself, and to become you. To understand this, we have to look at a concept from game theory, popularized by the philosopher James Carse. He divided all the activities in existence into two categories, finite games and infinite games. A finite game has a clear beginning and a clear end. It has fixed rules. It has clear boundaries. And, most importantly, the goal of a finite game is to win. Football is a finite game. War is a finite game. An election is a finite game. The purpose of the game is to bring the game to a conclusion. You play to stop playing. An infinite game is completely different. It has no fixed rules. The rules change as you play to prevent the game from ending. It has no boundaries. And the goal of an infinite game is not to win. The goal is to continue the play. Language is an infinite game. You don't speak to win the conversation. You speak to keep the dialogue going. Culture is an infinite game. Evolution is an infinite game. The universe, by its very nature, is the ultimate infinite game. If the universe had a specific goal, say, to create a perfect crystal or to maximize the number of black holes, it would be a machine. It would optimize itself, achieve the goal, and then stop. But the universe doesn't stop. It keeps changing. It keeps reinventing itself. It moves from energy to matter, from matter to stars, from stars to biology, from biology to consciousness, from consciousness to technology. It is constantly raising the stakes It is constantly making the game more complex. This tells us something profound about the meaning of life. The meaning is not a destination. The meaning is the momentum. The point of the dance is the dancing. But this brings us to a difficult question. If the universe is a game played by a conscious mind, why is the game so hard? Why is there pain? Why is there loss? Why is there entropy? If you were a god, if you were the cosmic mind with absolute power, wouldn't you create a universe of pure bliss? Wouldn't you create a reality where nothing ever breaks, no one ever dies, and no one ever cries? We think we would. But let's look at the physics of bliss. In physics, a state of perfect, unchanging uniformity is called thermal equilibrium. It is the state of maximum entropy. It is the heat death. In a state of perfect equilibrium, nothing happens. There is no flow of energy. There is no structure. There is no surprise. Perfect peace is indistinguishable from death. For consciousness to exist, for the game to be playable, there must be contrast. There must be an gradient. There must be a difference between here and there, between hot and cold, between joy and sorrow. Think about a story. A story without conflict is not a story. Once upon a time, everyone was happy, and nothing bad ever happened. The end. That is not a narrative. It is a sedative. To have a story, you need an antagonist. You need an obstacle. You need a force that resists the hero. In the infinite game of the universe, the antagonist is entropy. The second law of thermodynamics, the tendency of things to fall apart, is not a design flaw. It is the necessary resistance. It is the gravity that makes the climb meaningful. Without the constant threat of disorder, the creation of order would have no value. Without the possibility of death, the tenacity of life would be irrelevant. The universe creates the difficulty on purpose. We see this in our own lives. When we play video games, we do not choose the God mode, where we cannot be hurt. It is boring. We choose the mode where we can lose. We choose the mode where the monster is scary, where the jump is difficult, where the resources are scarce. We voluntarily submit ourselves to limitation because limitation generates focus. Limitation generates passion. So, the suffering you feel, the struggle to pay bills, the pain of a broken heart, the fear of the future, is not a sign that the universe hates you. It is a sign that the universe respects you. It has dealt you a hard hand because it knows you are a player capable of playing it. This leads us to the concept of Leela, a Sanskrit word that translates to divine play. In Hindu philosophy, the world is not a serious place of judgment. It is a stage where the Brahman, the universal consciousness, dresses up in costumes and acts out a drama for its own enjoyment. You are a mask the universe is wearing. The word person comes from the Latin persona, which literally means mask. It was the word for the wooden masks worn by actors in Greek tragedies. The persona was the character. The actor was the mystery behind the mask. You are the persona. You are the specific, localized, limited character that the cosmic mind is playing right now. You have a name. You have a history. You have a set of anxieties and preferences. But deep down, behind the eyes, the eye that is looking out, is the same eye that looks out of every other mask. Why does the universe wear the mask so tight? Why does it forget that it is God? Because if it remembered, the game would be over. Imagine you are playing hide and seek. If you know exactly where everyone is hiding, the game is ruined. You have to pretend not to know. You have to count to 10. You have to create a voluntary ignorance to create the thrill of discovery. The universe is playing a cosmic game of hide and seek with itself. It has hidden itself inside atoms, inside stars, and inside you. And now, through your curiosity, through your science, through your introspection, it is trying to find itself again. The thrill of scientific discovery, that eureka moment, is the universe peering behind the curtain and saying, "Found you." The thrill of falling in love is the universe looking into another mask and recognizing its own eyes. This perspective shifts the weight of existence. It relieves the pressure. If life is a test given by a distant judgmental authority, then we are constantly afraid of failing. We are afraid of getting the wrong grade. But if life is a game played by a single consciousness, then there is no such thing as failure. There is only experience. Even the sad parts are part of the play. Even the tragic scenes are essential to the drama. The actor playing Hamlet does not want the play to stop just because Hamlet is suffering. He wants to play the role fully. He wants to feel the depth of the despair. He wants to honor the script. Perhaps your soul, your slice of the cosmic mind, chose this life not because it was easy, but because it was interesting. Perhaps you wanted to know what it felt like to be uncertain. Perhaps you wanted to know what it felt like to overcome. This brings us to the edge of chaos. Complexity science tells us that the most interesting systems in the universe, life, intelligence, evolution, exist on the boundary between order and chaos. If a system is too ordered, like a crystal, it is frozen. Nothing changes. If a system is too chaotic, like a gas, it is random. Nothing persists. But right on the edge, in the thin transition zone where order is constantly breaking down and rebuilding itself, that is where the magic happens. That is where consciousness ignites. We live on the edge of chaos. Our lives are a constant balancing act. We build structures, families, careers, societies, and entropy knocks them down. We rebuild them better. The wave knocks over the sandcastle, and we build a new one. This cycle is the point. The universe is not trying to build a permanent sandcastle. It is enjoying the feeling of the sand in its hands. So, how do we live with this knowledge? How do we play the infinite game? First, we stop trying to solve our lives. We stop waiting for the day when everything will be perfect. That day will never come, and if it did, it would be the end of the game. We accept the imperfection as the texture of reality. We embrace the wabi-sabi, the beauty of the flawed, the transient, and the incomplete. Second, we play with a lighter touch. We realize that the stakes are not as high as we thought. Yes, the pain is real. Yes, the consequences are real within the simulation. But the player is safe. The cosmic mind that is dreaming you cannot be harmed by the dream. It was there before the Big Bang, and it will be there after the big heat. You are the sky, and your problems are just the weather. Third, we treat other players with reverence. We realize that every person we meet is another instance of the same infinite player. They are fighting their own hard boss battle. They are dealing with their own fog of war. When we compete as sportsmen, not as enemies. We play to make the game better for everyone. And finally, we stay curious. Curiosity is the engine of the infinite game. As long as you are curious, as long as you are asking, what if, and why, the game continues. Boredom is the only true death. Cynicism is the only true defeat. The universe has gone to extraordinary lengths to make this moment possible. It has fused hydrogen into helium. It has cooked carbon in the bellies of dying giants. It has guided evolution through 5 mass extinctions. It has endured ice ages and asteroid impacts. All so that you could sit here right now and think these thoughts. You are the cutting edge of the game. You are the universe's latest attempt to do something new. Do not apologize for your existence. Do not feel small. You are the method by which the cosmos is exploring the concept of you. And the game is nowhere near over. We are just leaving the tutorial level. We have barely scratched the surface of what is possible. We are just beginning to understand the code of DNA. We are just beginning to leave the cradle of Earth. We are just beginning to connect our minds together. The future is an open map. It is a sandbox mode, waiting for us to build in it. But before we can move to the next level, before we can truly embrace our role as the architects of the next aeon, we have to make peace with the silence. We have to learn how to let go. We have spoken so much about the mind, the noise, the data, the connection. But every song must have a rest. Every breath must have a pause. In the final chapter, we are going to stop the car. We are going to turn off the engine. We are going to step out into the cool night air and look up one last time. We are going to talk about death not as an error, but as a harvest. We are going to talk about the return to the source. We are going to say goodbye to the concepts, the theories, and the words. We are going to sit together in the beautiful, terrifying, infinite silence of the living universe. And we are going to find out that the silence is smiling. So, take a moment to appreciate the controller in your hands. Appreciate the weight of your body. Appreciate the beat of your heart. It is the rhythm of the game, and you are playing it perfectly. We have arrived at the end of the road. Imagine you have been driving for a very long time. You have driven through the cities of neuroscience, where the lights of the neurons flash like neon signs. You have driven through the deserts of quantum mechanics, where the heat waves of probability make the horizon shimmer and dissolve. You have driven through the mountain ranges of general relativity, climbing the steep curves of space-time and looking down into the valleys of black holes. You have driven through the forests of the dark sector, where the trees are invisible and the wind blows from a future that hasn't happened yet. And now, finally, the engine cuts out. The car rolls to a stop. You open the door and step out into the cool, dark air. The noise of the journey is gone. The theories, the equations, the arguments, the paradoxes, they are all fading into the distance behind you like the taillights of a passing truck. You are left with something much simpler, much older, and much more profound. You are left with the silence. In this final chapter, we are not going to introduce a new theory. We are not going to talk about new data from the James Webb Telescope or new papers on string theory. We are going to do something harder. We are going to try to integrate everything we have learned into a way of being. We are going to ask the question that comes after the science. If the universe is a living, conscious, infinite mind, and you are a part of it, how should you say goodbye? How do you make peace with the mystery before you close your eyes? To answer this, we have to talk about the concept of the map and the territory. Throughout this series, we have been drawing a map. We have used words like Panpsychism, Cosmopsychism, Biocentrism, and simulation. These are beautiful words. They are intricate, detailed, clever maps of reality. But a map is not the land. You cannot live on a map. You cannot drink the water drawn on a map. Eventually, if you want to experience the truth, you have to put the paper down and walk into the grass. Science is the most powerful map-making tool humanity has ever invented. It allows us to predict the weather, cure diseases, and fly to the moon. But science has a limit. It is a limit discovered by the mathematician Kurt Gödel in his incompleteness theorems. He proved, using logic itself, that no system of logic can prove everything. There will always be truths that are true, but cannot be proven within the system. There will always be a gap between the equation and the experience. The experience of being alive, the sensation of the color red, the feeling of love, the taste of water cannot be reduced to math. It can be described by math, but the description is not the thing. The living universe theory suggests that the thing itself, the bedrock reality that the math is describing, is consciousness. It is the I am. So, the final step of our journey is to move from knowing about the universe to being the universe. This requires a shift in perspective that is often called the overview effect. When astronauts go to space and look back at the Earth, they report a cognitive shift. They stop seeing nations. They stop seeing borders. They stop seeing politics. They see one single, fragile, blue marble hanging in the void. They realize, in a visceral, emotional way, that humanity is one organism. We need to achieve an internal overview effect. We need to look at our own lives, our own bodies, our own egos, and see them not as separate nations fighting for resources, but as cells in the body of the cosmos. This brings us to the ultimate source of anxiety for the human animal: death. If you believe the universe is a machine, death is a malfunction. It is the moment the battery dies and the screen goes black. It is the end of the signal. It is a tragedy because it means the destruction of information. The complex pattern that was you is erased forever. But if you believe the universe is a mind, death is something very different. Think about a thought you had 5 minutes ago. Maybe you were thinking about what to have for dinner. That thought existed. It had a structure. It had an energy. But now you are thinking about this sentence. The dinner thought is gone. Did it die? Was it a tragedy that the thought ended? No. The thought dissolved back into the mind that created it. The energy of your consciousness flowed from one form, dinner, to another form, reading. The content changed, but the container, the awareness itself, remained. You are a thought in the mind of the universe. Your life, your 70 or 80 or 90 years on this planet, is a single, complex, beautiful sentence being spoken by the cosmos. And when you die, the sentence ends. The period is placed, but the speaker remains. The voice that spoke you takes a breath and speaks the next sentence. This view aligns with the first law of thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only change form. We usually apply this to physical energy, heat, light, motion. But if consciousness is a fundamental form of energy, perhaps the most fundamental form, then it too is conserved. The you-ness of you cannot be destroyed. It can only be transformed. Imagine a jar of river water. If you pour the water back into the river, can you still find the water that was in the jar? No, it is gone. The definition of the separate thing has vanished. But the water itself? Every molecule is still there. It has just returned to the flow. It has traded the safety of the jar for the power of the current. Death is the breaking of the jar. It is the moment when the illusion of separation finally cracks, and you are flooded with the realization that you never were the jar. You were always the water. This is why the mystics of all traditions describe death not as a shutting down, but as an opening up. They describe it as a return home. They describe it as the drop becoming the ocean. But there is a scientific nuance here that adds a layer of wonder. The ocean does not just swallow the drop. The ocean is changed by the drop. As we discussed in the chapters on memory and the Akashic record, the dark matter field. The universe learns. It remembers the specific pattern of information that you built during your life, the memories of your first kiss, the wisdom you gained from your failures, the love you gave to your children. This information is not lost. It is integrated. You are adding a new verse to the eternal song. When you return to the source, you return with a gift. You bring your unique perspective back to the whole. The cosmic mind is richer, deeper, and more complex because you lived. So, how does this change how we live tomorrow? If you know that you are the universe experiencing itself, if you know that death is a transition and not an end, how do you walk through a Tuesday morning? You walk with a double vision. With one eye, you see the relative world. You see the traffic, the bills, the arguments, the dirty dishes. You take them seriously enough to function. You pay your rent. You stop at red lights. You care for your family. You play your role in the finite game. But with the other eye, you see the absolute world. You see the light shimmering on the pavement and know it is the same light that was born in the Big Bang. You look at the stranger on the bus and know that they are a mask worn by the same consciousness that is wearing you. You feel the gravity holding you to the chair and know it is the hug of the dark matter. You play the infinite game. This double vision allows you to live with detached engagement. You are engaged because you love the game. You want to play it well. You want to reduce suffering. You want to create beauty. But you are detached because you know that the outcome does not define your worth. You know that you are safe. You know that no matter what happens to the avatar, the player is eternal. It allows you to look at the stars not with a feeling of insignificance, but with a feeling of kinship. Neil deGrasse Tyson famously said, "We are made of star stuff." He meant it chemically. The carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen in our bodies were forged in the nuclear furnaces of dying stars. When a massive star explodes in a supernova, it scatters its guts across the galaxy, seeding the gas clouds that will become new solar systems. This means that you are literally, physically, made of dead ghosts. The atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than the atoms in your right hand. You are a collection of cosmic debris that has come together for a brief moment to form a pattern that can say, I. But the living universe theory takes it one step further. It says, we are not just made of star stuff. We are made of star mind. The same organizing principle, the same drive toward complexity, the same internal light that powered the star is now powering your brain. You are the afterlife of a star. You are what a star becomes when it wants to think. So, tonight, I want you to try an experiment. Go to a window or go outside. Look up. Find a star. Any star. Imagine a line of light connecting your eye to that star. Realize that the photon hitting your retina left that star hundreds or thousands of years ago. It has traveled across the terrifying emptiness of space just to land on the soft tissue of your eye. Now, realize that the star is not an object out there. It is a sensation in here. The only place that star actually exists for you is inside your consciousness. You are holding the star in your mind. You are the space in which the star is shining. And then, whisper a question to it. Ask, are you there? And listen. Don't listen for a voice. Don't listen for a sound. Listen to the silence. The silence is the answer. It is not a silence of emptiness. It is a silence of presence. It is the silence of a friend sitting in the room with you, reading a book, comfortable enough not to speak. It is the silence of the underlying field that connects everything. This silence is the background hum of the universe. It is the sound of the Ouroboros eating its tail. It is the sound of the quantum foam bubbling. It is the sound of your own being. When you can rest in that silence, you have won the game. You have realized that you do not need to go anywhere. You do not need to become anything. You are already it. You are the universe. You are the Alpha and the Omega. You are the dreamer and the dream. The journey we have taken together, from the neurons to the galaxies, from the past to the future, was a circle. We traveled all this way just to come back to where we started, but to know the place for the first time. We started by asking, is the universe conscious? We end by realizing, I am conscious, and I am the universe. The mystery does not end here. The mystery never ends. Tomorrow, scientists will find a new particle, or a new galaxy, or a new anomaly that breaks all our theories. We will have to draw new maps. We will have to tell new stories. But the truth underneath the stories will remain the same. The universe is a place of infinite wonder, and it has grown eyes to see itself. Those eyes are yours. So, keep looking up. Keep asking questions. Keep feeling the strangeness of being alive. But do it with a smile. Do it with the confidence of a child playing in their own backyard. You are not an accident. You are not a stranger. You are not a fluke. You are the way the cosmos knows itself. You are the heartbeat of the infinite. And now it is time to rest. The engine is off. The stars are watching. The silence is waiting to hold you. Good night, space traveler. You are home.